A Preface to Politics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Martin. A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. A God wilt thou create for thyself out of thy 7 devils. Introduction. The most incisive comment on politics today is indifference. When men and women begin to feel that elections and legislatures do not matter very much, that politics is a rather distant and unimportant exercise, the reformer might as well put to himself a few searching doubts. Indifference is a criticism that cuts beneath oppositions and wranglings by calling the political method itself into question. Leaders in public affairs recognize this. They know that no attack is so disastrous as silence, that no invective is so blasting as the wise and indulgent smile of the people who do not care. Eager to believe that all the world is as interested as they are, there comes a time when even the reformer is compelled to face the fairly widespread suspicion of the average man that politics is an exhibition in which there is much ado about nothing. But such moments of illumination are rare. They appear in writers who realize how large is the public that doesn't read their books, in reformers who venture to compare the membership list of their league with the census of the United States. Whoever has been granted such a moment of insight knows how exquisitely painful it is. To conquer it, men turn generally to their ancient comforter, self-deception. They complain about the stolid, inert masses and the apathy of the people. In a more confidential tone they will tell you that the ordinary citizen is a hopelessly private person. The reformer is himself not lacking in stolidity if he can believe such a fiction of a people that crowds about tickers and demands the news of the day before it happens, that trembles on the verge of a panic over the unguarded utterance of a financier, and founds a new religion every month or so. But after a while, self-deception ceases to be a comfort. This is when the reformer notices how indifference to politics is settling upon some of the most alert minds of our generation, entering into the attitude of men as capable as any reformer of large and imaginative interests. For among the keenest minds, among artists, scientists, and philosophers, there is a remarkable inclination to make a virtue of political indifference. Too passionate an absorption in public affairs is felt to be a somewhat shallow performance, and the reformer is patronized as a well-meaning but rather dull fellow. This is the criticism of men engaged in some genuinely creative labor. Often it is unexpressed. Often as not the artist or scientist will join in a political movement. But in the depths of his soul there is, I suspect, some feeling which says to the politician, "Why so hot, my little sir?" Nothing, too, is more illuminating than the painful way in which many people cultivate a knowledge of public affairs because they have a conscience and wish to do a citizen's duty. Having read a number of articles on the tariff and plowed through the metaphysics of the currency question, what do? They turn with all the more zest to some spontaneous human interest. Perhaps they follow Roosevelt everywhere, and live with him through the emotions of a great battle. But for the affairs of statecraft, for the very policies that a Roosevelt advocates, the interest is largely perfunctory, maintained out of a sense of duty, and dropped with a sigh of relief. That reaction may not be as deplorable as it seems. Pick up your newspaper, read the Congressional Record, run over in your mind the issues of a campaign, and then ask yourself whether the average man is entirely to blame because he smiles a bit at Armageddon and refuses to take the politician at his own rhetorical valuation. If men find statecraft uninteresting, may it not be that statecraft is uninteresting? I have a more or less professional interest in public affairs. That is to say, I have had opportunity to look at politics from the point of view of the man who is trying to get the attention of people in order to carry through some reform. At first it was a hard confession to make, but the more I saw of politics at first hand, the more I respected the indifference of the public. There was something monotonously trivial and irrelevant about our reformist enthusiasm, and an appalling justice in that half-conscious criticism which refuses to place politics among the genuine creative activities of men. Science was valid, art was valid, the poorest grubber in a laboratory was engaged in a real labor. Anyone who had found expression in some beautiful object was truly centered. But politics was a personal drama without meaning, or a vague abstraction without substance. Yet there was the fact, just as indisputable as ever, that public affairs do have an enormous and intimate effect upon our lives. They make or unmake us. They are the foundation of that national vigor through which civilizations mature. City and countryside, factories and play, schools and the family are powerful influences in every life, and politics is directly concerned with them. If politics is irrelevant, it is certainly not because its subject matter is unimportant. Public affairs govern our thinking and doing with subtlety and persistence. The trouble, I figured, must be in the way politics is concerned with the nation's interests. If public business seems to drift aimlessly, its results are nevertheless of the highest consequence. In statecraft, the penalties and rewards are tremendous. Perhaps the approach is distorted. Perhaps uncriticized assumptions have obscured the real uses of politics. Perhaps an attitude can be worked out which will engage a fresher attention. For there are, I believe, blunders in our political thinking which confuse fictitious activity with genuine achievement, and make it difficult for men to know where they should enlist. Perhaps, if we can see politics in a different light, it will rivet our creative interests. These essays, then, are an attempt to sketch an attitude towards statecraft. I have tried to suggest an approach, to illustrate it concretely, to prepare a point of view. In selecting for the title, A Preface to Politics, I have wished to stamp upon the whole book my own sense that it is a beginning and not a conclusion. I have wished to emphasize that there is nothing in this book which can be drafted into a legislative proposal and presented to the legislature the day after tomorrow. It was not written with the notion that these pages would contain an adequate exposition of modern political method. Much less was it written to further a concrete program. There are, I hope, no assumptions put forward as dogmas. It is a preliminary sketch for a theory of politics, a preface to thinking. Like all speculation about human affairs, it is the result of a grapple with problems as they appear in the experience of one man. For though a personal vision may at times assume an eloquent and universal language, it is well never to forget that all philosophies are the language of particular men. W. L. 46 East 80th Street, New York City, January 1913. End of introduction. Section 1 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Routineer and Inventor. Politics does not exist for the sake of demonstrating the superior righteousness of anybody. It is not a competition in deportment. In fact, before you can begin to think about politics at all, you have to abandon the notion that there is a war between good men and bad men. That is one of the great American superstitions. More than any other fetish, it has ruined our sense of political values by glorifying the Pharisee with his vain cruelty to individuals and his unfounded approval of himself. You have only to look at the Senate of the United States to see how that body is capable of turning itself into a court of preliminary hearings for the last judgment, wasting its time and our time, and absorbing public enthusiasm and newspaper scareheads. For 100 needs of the nation it has no thought, but about the precise morality of an historical transaction 8 years old there is a meticulous interest. Whether in the presidential campaign of 1904 Roosevelt was aware that the ancient tradition of corporate subscriptions had or had not been followed, and the exact and ultimate measure of the guilt that knowledge would have implied, this in the year 1912 is enough to start the Senate on a protracted manhunt. Now, if one half of the people is bent upon proving how wicked a man is, and the other half is determined to show how good he is, neither half will think very much about the nation. An innocent paragraph in the New York Evening Post for August 27, 1912, gives the whole performance away. It shows as clearly as words could how disastrous the good and bad man theory is to political thinking. Quote, provided the first hearing takes place on September 30, it is expected that the developments will be made with a view to keeping the Colonel on the defensive. After the beginning of October, it is pointed out, the evidence before the committee should keep him so busy explaining and denying that the country will not hear much bull moose doctrine. Unquote. Whether you like the Roosevelt doctrines or not, there can be no two opinions about such an abuse of morality. It is a flat public loss, another attempt to befuddle our thinking. For if politics is merely a guerrilla war between the bribed and the unbribed, then statecraft is not a human service, but a moral testing ground. It is a public amusement, a melodrama of real life, in which a few conspicuous characters are tried, and it resembles nothing so much as schoolboy hazing, which we are told exists for the high purpose of detecting a yellow streak. But even though we desired it, there would be no way of establishing any clear-cut difference in politics between the angels and the imps. The angels are largely self-appointed, being somewhat more sensitive to other people's tar than their own. But if the issue is not between honesty and dishonesty, where is it? If you stare at a checkerboard, you can see it as black on red, or red on black, as series of horizontal, vertical, or diagonal steps which recede or protrude. The longer you look, the more patterns you can trace, and the more certain it becomes that there is no single way of looking at the board. So with political issues. There is no obvious cleavage which everyone recognizes. Many patterns appear in the national life. The progressives say the issue is between privilege and the people. The socialists that it is between the working class and the master class. An apologist for dynamite told me once that society was divided into the weak and the strong, and there are people who draw a line between Philistia and Bohemia. When you rise up and announce that the conflict is between this and that, you mean that this particular conflict interests you. The issue of good and bad men interests this nation to the exclusion of almost all others. But experience shows, I believe, that it is a fruitless conflict and a wasting enthusiasm. Yet some distinction must be drawn if we are to act at all in politics. With nothing we are for and nothing to oppose, we are merely neutral. This cleavage in public affairs is the most important choice we are called upon to make. In large measure it determines the rest of our thinking. Now some issues are fertile, some are not. Some lead to spacious results, others are blind alleys. With this in mind, I wish to suggest that the distinction most worth emphasizing today is between those who regard government as a routine to be administered and those who regard it as a problem to be solved. The class of routineers is larger than the conservatives. The man who will follow precedent, but never create one, is merely an obvious example of the routineer. You find him desperately numerous in the civil service, in the official bureaus. To him government is something given as unconditionally, as absolutely as ocean or hill. He goes on winding the tape that he finds. His imagination has rarely extricated itself from under the administrative machine to gain any sense of what a human, temporary contraption the whole affair is. What he thinks is the heavens above him is nothing but the roof. He is the slave of routine. He can boast of somewhat more spiritual cousins in the men who reverence their ancestors' independence, who feel, as it were, that a disreputable great-grandfather is necessary to a family's respectability. These are the routineers gifted with historical sense. They take their forefathers with enormous solemnity. But one mistake is rarely avoided. They imitate the old-fashioned thing their grandfather did, and ignore the originality which enabled him to do it. If tradition were a reverent record of those crucial moments when men burst through their habits, a love of the past would not be the butt on which every sophomoric radical can practice his wit. But almost always tradition is nothing but a record and a machine-made imitation of the habits that our ancestors created. The average conservative is a slave to the most incidental and trivial part of his forefathers' glory, to the archaic formula which happened to express their genius, or the 18th century contrivance by which for a time it was served. To reverence Washington they wear a powdered wig. They do honor to Lincoln by cultivating awkward hands and ungainly feet. It is fascinating to watch this kind of conservative in action. From Senator Lodge, for example, we do not expect any new perception of popular need. We know that probably his deepest sincerity is an attempt to reproduce the atmosphere of the Senate 100 years ago. The manners of Mr. Lodge have that immobility which comes from too much gazing at bad statues of dead statesmen. Yet just because a man is in opposition to Senator Lodge, there is no guarantee that he has freed himself from the routineer's habit of mind. A prejudice against some mannerism or a dislike of pretensions may merely cloak some other kind of routine. Take the good government attitude. No fresh insight is behind that. It does not promise anything. It does not offer to contribute new values to human life. The machine which exists is accepted in all its essentials. The goo-goo yearns for a somewhat smoother rotation. Often as not, the very effort to make the existing machine run more perfectly merely makes matters worse. For the tinkering reformer is frequently one of the worst of the routineers. Even machines are not altogether inflexible, and sometimes what the reformer regards as a sad deviation from the original plans is a poor rickety attempt to adapt the machine to changing conditions. Think what would have happened had we actually remained stolidly faithful to every intention of the fathers. Think what would happen if every statute were enforced. By the sheer force of circumstances we have twisted constitutions and laws to some approximation of our needs. A changing country has managed to live in spite of a static government machine. Perhaps Bernard Shaw was right when he said that, quote, "the famous Constitution survives only because whenever any corner of it gets into the way of the accumulating dollar, it is pettishly knocked off and thrown away. Every social development, however beneficial and inevitable from the public point of view, is met, not by an intelligent adaptation of the social structure to its novelties, but by a panic and a cry of 'go back.'" Unquote. I am tempted to go further and put into the same class all those radicals who wish simply to substitute some other kind of machine for the one we have. Though not all of them would accept the name, these reformers are simply utopia makers in action. Their perceptions are more critical than the ordinary conservatives. They do see that humanity is badly squeezed in the existing mold. They have enough imagination to conceive a different one. But they have an infinite faith in molds. This routine they don't believe in, but they believe in their own. If you could put the country under a new "system," then human affairs would run automatically for the welfare of all. Some improvement there might be, but as almost all men are held in an iron devotion to their own creations, the routine reformers are simply working for another conservatism, and not for any continuing liberation. The type of statesman we must oppose to the routineer is one who regards all social organization as an instrument. Systems, institutions, and mechanical contrivances have for him no virtue of their own. They are valuable only when they serve the purposes of men. He uses them, of course, but with a constant sense that men have made them, that new ones can be devised, that only an effort of the will can keep machinery in its place. He has no faith whatever in automatic governments. While the routineers see machinery and precedents revolving, with mankind as puppets, he puts the deliberate, conscious, willing individual at the center of his philosophy. This reversal is pregnant with a new outlook for statecraft. I hope to show that it alone can keep step with life. It alone is humanly relevant, and it alone achieves valuable results. Call this man a political creator or a political inventor. The essential quality of him is that he makes that part of existence which has experience the master of it. He serves the ideals of human feelings, not the tendencies of mechanical things. The difference between a phonograph and the human voice is that the phonograph must sing the song which is stamped upon it. Now there are days, I suspect the vast majority of them in most of our lives, when we grind out the thing that is stamped upon us. It may be the governing of a city, or teaching school, or running a business. We do not get out of bed in the morning because we are eager for the day, something external, we often call it our duty, throws off the bedclothes, complains that the shaving water isn't hot, puts us into the subway, and lands us at our office in season for punching the time check. We revolve with the business for 3 or 4 hours, signing letters, answering telephones, checking up lists, and perhaps towards 12 o'clock the prospect of lunch puts a touch of romance upon life. Then, because our days are so unutterably the same, we turn to the newspapers, we go to the magazines and read only the stuff with a punch. We seek out a "show" and drive serious playwrights into the poorhouse. "You can go through contemporary life," writes Wells, "fudging and evading, indulging and slacking, never really hungry nor frightened nor passionately stirred, your highest moment a mere sentimental orgasm, and your first real contact with primary and elementary necessities the sweat of your deathbed." Unquote. The world grinds on. We are a fly on the wheel. That sense of an impersonal machine going on with endless reiteration is an experience that imaginative politicians face. Often as not, they disguise it under heroic phrases and still louder affirmation, just as most of us hide our cowardly submission to monotony under some word like duty, loyalty, conscience. If you have ever been an office holder or have been close to officials, you must surely have been appalled by the grim way in which committee meetings, verbose reports, flamboyant speeches, requests, and delegations hold the statesman in a mind-destroying grasp. Perhaps this is the reason why it has been necessary to retire Theodore Roosevelt from public life every now and then in order to give him a chance to learn something new. Every statesman, like every professor, should have his sabbatical year. The revolt against the service of our own mechanical habits is well known to anyone who has followed modern thought. As a sharp example, one might point to Thomas Davidson, whom William James called individualist à outrance, reprehending mildly a certain chapter of my own on habit. He said that it was a fixed rule with him to form no regular habits. When he found himself in danger of settling into even a good one, he made a point of interrupting it." Unquote. Such men are the sparkling streams that flow through the dusty stretches of a nation. They invigorate and emphasize those times in your own life when each day is new. Then you are alive. Then you drive the world before you. The business, however difficult, shapes itself to your effort. You seem to manage detail with an inferior part of yourself, while the real soul of you is active, planning, light. "I wanted thought like an edge of steel, and desire like a flame." Eager with sympathy, you and your work are reflected from many angles. You have become luminous. Some people are predominantly eager and willful. The world does not huddle and bend them to a task. They are not, as we say, creatures of environment, but creators of it. Of other people's environment they become the most active part, the part which sets the fashion. What they initiate, others imitate. Theirs is a kind of intrinsic prestige. These are the natural leaders of men, whether it be as head of the gang or as founder of a religion. It is, I believe, this power of being aggressively active towards the world which gives man a miraculous assurance that the world is something he can make. In creative moments men always draw upon "some secret spring of certainty, some fundamental well into which no disturbing glimmers penetrate." But this is no slack philosophy, for the chance is denied by which we can lie back upon the perfection of some mechanical contrivance. Yet, in the light of it, government becomes alert to a process of continual creation, an unceasing invention of forms to meet constantly changing needs. This philosophy is not only difficult to practice, it is elusive when you come to state it, for our political language was made to express a routine conception of government. It comes to us from the 18th century, and no matter how much we talk about the infusion of the evolutionary point of view into all of modern thought, when the test is made, political practice shows itself almost virgin to the idea. Our theories assume, and our language is fitted to thinking of government as a frame. Massachusetts, I believe, actually calls her fundamental law the frame of government. We picture political institutions as mechanically constructed contrivances within which the nation's life is contained and compelled to approximate some abstract idea of justice or liberty. These frames have very little elasticity, and we take it as an historical commonplace that sooner or later a revolution must come to burst the frame apart. Then a new one is constructed. Our own federal Constitution is a striking example of this machine conception of government. It is probably the most important instance we have of the deliberate application of a mechanical philosophy to human affairs. Leaving out all question of the fathers' ideals, looking simply at the bias which directed their thinking, is there in all the world a more plain-spoken attempt to contrive an automatic governor, a machine which would preserve its balance without the need of taking human nature into account? What other explanation is there for the naive faith of the fathers in the symmetry of executive, legislature, and judiciary, in the fantastic attempts to circumvent human folly by balancing it with vetoes and checks? No insight into the evident fact that power upsets all mechanical foresight and gravitates toward the natural leaders seems to have illuminated those historic deliberations. The fathers had a rather pale God. They had only a speaking acquaintance with humanity, so they put their faith in a scaffold, and it has been part of our national piety to pretend that they succeeded. They worked with the philosophy of their age. Living in the 18th century, they thought in the images of Newton and Montesquieu. "The government of the United States," writes Woodrow Wilson, "was constructed upon the Whig theory of political dynamics, which was a sort of unconscious copy of the Newtonian theory of the universe. As Montesquieu pointed out to them, the English Whigs, in his lucid way, they had sought to balance executive, legislative, and judiciary off against one another by a series of checks and counterpoises, which Newton might readily have recognized as suggestive of the mechanism of the heavens." No doubt this automatic and balanced theory of government suited admirably that distrust of the people which seems to have been a dominant feeling among the fathers. For they were the conservatives of their day. Between 76 and 89 they had gone the usual way of opportunist radicals. But had they written the Constitution in the fire of their youth, they might have made it more democratic. I doubt whether they would have made it less mechanical. The rebellious spirit of Tom Paine expressed itself in logical formulae as inflexible to the pace of life as did the more contented Hamilton's. This is a determinant which burrows beneath our ordinary classification of progressive and reactionary to the spiritual habits of a period. If you look into the early utopias of Fourier and Saint-Simon, or better still, into the early trade unions, this same faith that a government can be made to work mechanically is predominant everywhere. All the devices of rotation in office, short terms, undelegated authority are simply attempts to defeat the half-perceived fact that power will not long stay diffused. It is characteristic of these primitive democracies that they worship man and distrust men. They cling to some arrangement, hoping against experience that a government freed from human nature will automatically produce human benefits. Today, within the Socialist Party, there is perhaps the greatest surviving example of the desire to offset natural leadership by artificial contrivance. It is an article of faith among orthodox socialists that personalities do not count. and I sincerely believe I am not exaggerating the case when I say that their ideal of government is like Gordon Craig's ideal of the theater. The acting is to be done by a row of super marionettes. There is a myth among socialists to which all are expected to subscribe, that initiative springs anonymously out of the mass of the people, that there are no "leaders," that the conspicuous figures are no more influential than the figurehead on the prow of a ship. This is one of the paradoxes of the democratic movement, that it loves a crowd and fears the individuals who compose it, that the religion of humanity should have had no faith in human beings. Jealous of all individuals, democracies have turned to machines. They have tried to blot out human prestige, to minimize the influence of personality. That there is historical justification for this fear is plain enough. To put it briefly, democracy is afraid of the tyrant. That explains, but does not justify. Governments have to be carried on by men, however much we distrust them. Nobody has yet invented a mechanically beneficent sovereign. Democracy has put an unfounded faith in automatic contrivances. Because it left personality out of its speculation, it rested in the empty faith that it had excluded it from reality. But in the actual stress of life, these fictions do not survive 10 minutes. Public officials do not become political marionettes, though people pretend that they are. When theory runs against the grain of living forces, the result is a deceptive theory of politics. If the real government of the United States "had, in fact, as Woodrow Wilson says, been a machine governed by mechanically automatic balances, it would have had no history. But it was not, and its history has been rich with the influence and personalities of the men who have conducted it and made it a living reality." Only by violating the very spirit of the Constitution have we been able to preserve the letter of it. For behind that balanced plan there grew up what Senator Beveridge has called so brilliantly the invisible government, an empire of natural groups about natural leaders. Parties are such groups. They have had a power out of all proportion to the intentions of the fathers. Behind the parties has grown up the political machine, falsely called a machine, the very opposite of one, in fact, a natural sovereignty, I believe. The really rigid and mechanical thing is the charter behind which Tammany works. For Tammany is the real government that has defeated a mechanical foresight. Tammany is not a freak, a strange and monstrous excrescence. Its structure and the laws of its life are, I believe, typical of all real sovereignties. You can find Tammany duplicated wherever there is a social group to be governed, in trade unions, in clubs, in boys' gangs, in the 400, in the Socialist Party. It is an accretion of power around a center of influence, cemented by patronage, graft, favors, friendship, loyalties, habits. A human grouping, a natural pyramid. Only recently have we begun to see that the political ring is not something confined to public life. It was Lincoln Steffens, I believe, who first perceived that fact. For a time it was my privilege to work under him on an investigation of the money power. The leading idea was different from customary muckraking. We were looking not for the evils of big business, but for its autonomy. Mr. Steffens came to the subject with a first-hand knowledge of politics. He knew the invisible government of cities, states, and the nation. He knew how the boss worked, how he organized his power. When Mr. Steffens approached the vast confusion and complication of big business, he needed some hypothesis to guide him through that maze of facts. He made a bold and brilliant guess, an hypothesis. To govern a life insurance company, Mr. Steffens argued, was just as much government as to run a city. What if political methods existed in the realm of business? The investigation was never carried through completely, but we did study the methods by which several life and fire insurance companies, banks, 2 or 3 railroads, and several industrials are controlled. We found that the autonomy of big business was strikingly like that of Tammany Hall. The same pyramiding of influence, the same tendency of power to center on individuals who did not necessarily sit in the official seats, the same effort of human organization to grow independently of legal arrangements. Thus, in the life insurance companies, and the Hughes investigation supports this, the real power was held not by the president, not by the voters or policy holders, but by men who were not even directors. After a while we took it as a matter of course that the head of a company was an administrative dummy, with a dependence on unofficial power similar to that of Governor Dix on Boss Murphy. That seems to be typical of the whole economic life of this country. It is controlled by groups of men whose influence extends like a web to smaller tributary groups, cutting across all official boundaries and designations, making short work of all legal formulae, and exercising sovereignty regardless of the little fences we erect to keep it in bounds. A glimpse into the labor world revealed very much the same condition. The boss and the bosslet, the heeler, the men who are "it," all are there exercising the real power, the power that, independently of charters and elections, decides what shall happen. I don't wish to have this regarded as necessarily malign. It seems so now because we put our faith in the ideal arrangements which it disturbs. But if we could come to face it squarely, to see that that is what sovereignty is, that if we are to use human power for human purposes, we must turn to the realities of it, then we shall have gone far towards leaving behind us the futile hopes of mechanical perfection so constantly blasted by natural facts. The invisible government is malign, but the evil doesn't come from the fact that it plays horse with the Newtonian theory of the Constitution. What is dangerous about it is that we do not see it, cannot use it, and are compelled to submit to it. The nature of political power we shall not change. If that is the way human societies organize sovereignty, the sooner we face that fact, the better. For the object of democracy is not to imitate the rhythm of the stars, but to harness political power to the nation's need. If corporations and governments have indeed gone on a joyride, the business of reform is not to set up fences, Sherman Acts, and injunctions into which they can bump, but to take the wheel and to steer. The corruption of which we hear so much is certainly not accounted for when you have called it dishonesty. It is too widespread for any such glib explanation. When you see how business controls politics, it certainly is not very illuminating to call the successful businessmen of a nation criminals. Yet I suppose that all of them violate the law. May not this constant dodging or hurdling of statutes be a sign that there is something the matter with the statutes? Is it not possible that graft is the cracking and bursting of the receptacles in which we have tried to constrain the business of this country? It seems possible that business has had to control politics because its laws were so stupidly obstructive. In the trust agitation this is especially plausible, for there is every reason to believe that concentration is a worldwide tendency, made possible at first by mechanical inventions, fostered by the disastrous experiences of competition, and accepted by businessmen through contagion and imitation. Certainly the trusts increase. Wherever politics is rigid and hostile to that tendency, there is irritation and struggle, but the agglomeration goes on. Hindered by political conditions, the process becomes secretive and morbid. The trust is not checked, but it is perverted. In 1910, the American banker estimated that there were 1,198 corporations, with 8,110 subsidiaries liable to all the penalties of the Sherman Act. Now this concentration must represent a profound impetus in the business world, an impetus which certainly cannot be obliterated, even if anyone were foolish enough to wish it. I venture to suggest that much of what is called corruption is the odor of a decaying political system done to death by an economic growth. It is our desperate adherence to an old method that has produced the confusion of political life. Because we have insisted upon looking at government as a frame and governing as a routine, because in short we have been static in our theories, politics has such an unreal relation to actual conditions. Feckless, that is what our politics is. It is literally eccentric. It has been centered mechanically instead of vitally. We have, it seems, been seduced by a fictitious analogy. We have hoped for machine regularity when we needed human initiative and leadership, when life was crying that its inventive abilities should be freed. Roosevelt, in his term, did much to center government truly. For a time, natural leadership and nominal position coincided, and the administration became in a measure a real sovereignty. The routine conception dwindled, and the Roosevelt appointees went at issues as problems to be solved. They may have been mistaken. Roosevelt may be uncritical in his judgments. But the fact remains that the Roosevelt regime gave a new prestige to the presidency by effecting through it the greatest release of political invention in a generation. Contrast it with the Taft administration, and the quality is set in relief. Taft was the perfect routineer, trying to run government as automatically as possible. His sincerity consisted in utter respect for form. He denied himself whatever leadership he was capable of, and outwardly at least he tried to balance the government. His greatest passions seemed to be purely administrative and legal. The people did not like it. They said it was dead. They were right. They had grown accustomed to a humanly liberating atmosphere in which formality was an instrument instead of an idol. They had seen the Roosevelt influence adding to the resources of life, irrigation and waterways, conservation, the Panama Canal, the country life movement. They knew these things were achieved through initiative that burst through formal restrictions, and they applauded wildly. It was only a taste, but it was a taste of what government might be like. The opposition was instructive. Apart from those who feared Roosevelt for selfish reasons, his enemies were men who loved an orderly adherence to traditional methods. They shivered in the emotional gale. They obstructed, and the gale became destructive. They felt that along with obviously good things, this sudden national fertility might breed a monster, that a leadership like Roosevelt's might indeed prove dangerous, as giving birth may lead to death. What the methodically minded do not see is that the sterility of a routine is far more appalling. Not everyone may feel that to push out into the untried and take risks for big prizes is worthwhile. Men will tell you that government has no business to undertake an adventure, to make experiments. They think that safety lies in repetition, that if you do nothing, nothing will be done to you. It's a mistake due to poverty of imagination and inability to learn from experience. Even the timidest soul dare not stand pat. The indictment against mere routine in government is a staggering one. For while statesmen are pottering along doing the same thing year in, year out, putting up the tariff one year and down the next, passing appropriation bills and recodifying laws, the real forces in the country do not stand still. Vast changes, economic and psychological, take place, and these changes demand new guidance. But the routineers are always unprepared. It has become one of the grim trade jokes of innovators that the one thing you can count upon is that the rulers will come to think that they are the apex of human development. For a queer effect of responsibility on men is that it makes them try to be as much like machines as possible. Tammany itself becomes rigid when it is too successful, and only defeat seems to give it new life. Success makes men rigid, and they tend to exalt stability over all the other virtues. Tired of the effort of willing, they become fanatics about conservatism. But conditions change whether statesmen wish them to or not. Society must have new institutions to fit new wants, and all that rigid conservatism can do is to make the transitions difficult. Violent revolutions may be charged up to the unreadiness of statesmen. It is because they will not see, or cannot see, that feudalism is dead, that chattel slavery is antiquated. It is because they have not the wisdom and the audacity to anticipate these great social changes. It is because they insist upon standing pat that we have French revolutions and civil wars. But statesmen who had decided that at last men were to be the masters of their own history instead of its victims would face politics in a truly revolutionary manner. It would give a new outlook to statesmanship, turning it from the mere preservation of order, the administration of political machinery, and the guarding of ancient privilege, to the invention of new political forms, the prevision of social wants, and the preparation for new economic growths. Such a statesmanship would in the '80s have prepared for the trust movement. There would have been nothing miraculous in such foresight. Standard Oil was dominant by the beginning of the '80s, and concentration had begun in sugar, steel, and other basic industries. Here was an economic tendency of revolutionary significance, the organization of business in a way that was bound to change the outlook of a whole nation. It had vast potentialities for good and evil. All it wanted was harnessing and directing. But the new thing did not fit into the little outlines and verbosities which served as a philosophy for our political hacks. So they gaped at it and let it run wild, called it names and threw stones at it. And by that time the force was too big for them. An alert statesmanship would have facilitated the process of concentration, would have made provision for those who were cast aside, would have been an ally of trust building, and by that very fact it would have had an internal grip on the trust. It would have kept the trust's inner workings public. It could have bent the trust to social uses. This is not mere wisdom after the event. In the 80s there were hundreds of thousands of people in the world who understood that the trust was a natural economic growth. Karl Marx had proclaimed it some 30 years before, and it was a widely circulated idea. Is it asking too much of a statesman if we expect him to know political theory and to balance it with the facts he sees? By the 90s, surely, the egregious folly of a Sherman antitrust law should have been evident to any man who pretended to political leadership. Yet here it is, the year 1912, and that monument of economic ignorance and superstition is still worshipped with the lips by 2 out of 3 big national parties. Another movement, like that of the trust, is gathering strength today. It is the unification of wage workers. We stand in relation to it as the men of the 80s did to trusts. It is the complement of that problem. It also has vast potentialities for good and evil. It, too, demands understanding and direction. It, too, will not be stopped by hard names or injunctions. What we loosely call syndicalism is a tendency that no statesman can overlook today without earning the jeers of his children. This labor movement has a destructive and constructive energy within it. On its beneficent side it promises a new professional interest in work, self-education, and the cooperative management of industry. But this creative power is constantly choked off because the unions are compelled to fight for their lives. The more opposition they meet, the more you are likely to see of sabotage, direct action, the grève parlée. The less chance there is for the educative forces to show themselves. Then, the more violent syndicalism proves itself to be, the more hysterically we bait it in the usual vicious circle of ignorance. But who amongst us is optimistic enough to hope that the men who sit in the mighty positions are going to make a better show of themselves than their predecessors did over the trust problem? It strains hope a little too much. Those men in Washington, most of them lawyers, are so educated that they are practically incapable of meeting a new condition. All their training, plus all their natural ossification of mind, is hostile to invention. You cannot endow even the best machine with initiative. The jolliest steamroller will not plant flowers. The thought processes in Washington are too lumbering for the needs of this nation. Against that evil muckraking ought to be directed. Those senators and representatives are largely irrelevant. They are not concerned with realities. Their dishonesties are comparatively insignificant. The scorn of the public should be turned upon the emptiness of political thought, upon the fact that those men seem without even a conception of the nation's needs. And while they maunder along, they stifle the forces of life which are trying to break through. It was nothing but the insolence of the routineer that forced Gifford Pinchot out of the Forest Service. Pinchot, in respect to his subject, was a fine political inventor. But routine forced him out. Into what? Into the moil and toil of fighting for offices, and there he has cut a poor figure indeed. You may say that he has had to spend his energy trying to find a chance to use his power. What a wanton waste of talent is that for a civilized nation! Wiley is another case of the creative mind harassed by the routineers. Judge Lindsey is another, a fine, constructive children's judge, compelled to be a politician. And of our misuse of the Rockefellers and Carnegies, the retrospect is appalling. Here was industrial genius, unquestionably beyond the ordinary. What did this nation do with it? It found no public use for talent. It left that to operate in darkness. Then opinion rose in an empty fury, made an outlaw of one and a platitudinous philanthropist of the other. It could lynch one as a moral monster, when as a matter of fact his ideals were commonplace. It could proclaim one a great benefactor, when in truth he was a rather dull old gentleman. Abused out of all reason or praised irrelevantly, the one thing this nation has not been able to do with these men is to use their genius. It is this life-sapping quality of our politics that should be fought, its wanton waste of the initiatives we have, its stupid indifference. We need a new sense of political values. These times require a different order of thinking. We cannot expect to meet our problems with a few inherited ideas, uncriticized assumptions, a foggy vocabulary, and a machine philosophy. Our political thinking needs the infusion of contemporary insights. The enormous vitality that is regenerating other interests can be brought into the service of politics. Our primary care must be to keep the habits of the mind flexible and adapted to the movement of real life. The only way to control our destiny is to work with it. In politics, at least, we stoop to conquer. There is no use, no heroism, in butting against the inevitable, yet nothing is entirely inevitable. There is always some choice, some opportunity for human direction. It is not easy. It is far easier to treat life as if it were dead, men as if they were dolls. It is everlastingly difficult to keep the mind flexible and alert. The rule of thumb is not here. To follow the pace of living requires enormous vigilance and sympathy. No one can write conclusively about it. Compared with this creative statesmanship, the administering of a routine, or the battle for a platitude, is a very simple affair. But genuine politics is not an inhuman task. Part of the genuineness is its unpretentious humanity. I am not creating the figure of an ideal statesman out of some inner fancy. That is just the deepest error of our political thinking, to talk of politics without reference to human beings. The creative men appear in public life in spite of the cold blanket the politicians throw over them. Really statesmanlike things are done, inventions are made, but this real achievement comes to us confused, mixed with much that is contradictory. Political inventors are today largely unconscious of their purpose, and so defenseless against the distraction of their routinier enemies. Lacking a philosophy, they are defenseless against their own inner tendency to sink into repetition. As a witty Frenchman remarked, many geniuses become their own disciples. This is true when the attention is slack, and effort has lost its direction. We have elaborate governmental mechanisms, like the tariff, for example, which we go on making more "scientific" year in, year out, having long since lost sight of their human purpose. They may be defeating the very ends they were meant to serve. We cling to constitutions out of "loyalty." We trudge in the treadmill and call it love of our ancient institutions. We emulate the mule, that greatest of all routineers. End of section 1. Section 2 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Taboo. Our government has certainly not measured up to expectations. Even chronic admirers of the balance and symmetry of the Constitution admit, either by word or deed, that it did not foresee the whole history of the American people. Poor bewildered statesmen, unused to any notion of change, have seen the national life grow to a monstrous confusion and sprout monstrous evils by the way. Men and women clamored for remedies, vowed, shouted, and insisted that their official servants do something statesmanlike, to abate so much evident wrong. But their representatives had very little more than a frock coat and a slogan as equipment for the task. Trained to interpret a constitution instead of life, these statesmen faced with historic helplessness the vociferations of ministers, muckrakers, labor leaders, women's clubs, granges, and reformers' leagues. Out of a tumultuous medley appeared the common theme of public opinion, that the leaders should lead, that the governors should govern. The trusts had appeared, labor was restless, vice seemed to be corrupting the vitality of the nation. Statesmen had to do something. Their training was legal and therefore utterly inadequate, but it was all they had. They became panicky and reverted to an ancient superstition. They forbade the existence of evil by law. They made it anathema. They pronounced it damnable. They threatened to club it. They issued a legislative curse and called upon the district attorney to do the rest. They started out to abolish human instincts, check economic tendencies, and repress social changes by laws prohibiting them. They turned to this sanctified ignorance which is rampant in almost any nursery, which presides at family councils, flourishes among reformers, which from time immemorial has haunted legislatures and courts. Under the spell of it men try to stop drunkenness by closing the saloons. When pool rooms shock them they call a policeman. If Haywood becomes annoying, they procure an injunction. They meet the evils of dance halls by barricading them. They go forth to battle against vice by raiding brothels and fining prostitutes. For trusts there is a Sherman Act. In spite of all experience, they cling desperately to these superstitions. It is the method of the taboo, as naive as barbarism, as ancient as human failure. There is a law against suicide. It is illegal for a man to kill himself. What it means in practice, of course, is that there is punishment waiting for a man who doesn't succeed in killing himself. We say to the man who is tired of life that if he bungles, we propose to make this world still less attractive by clapping him into jail. I know an economist who has a scheme for keeping down the population by refusing very poor people a marriage license. He used to teach Sunday school and deplore promiscuity. In the annual report of the president of a distilling company, I once saw the statement that business had increased in the dry states. In a prohibition town where I lived, you could drink all you wanted by belonging to a club or winking at the druggist. And in another city where Sunday closing was strictly enforced, a minister told me with painful surprise that the Monday police blotter showed less drunks and more wife-beaters. We pass a law against racetrack gambling and add to the profits from faro. We raid the faro joints and drive gambling into the home, where poker and bridge whist are taught to children who follow their parents' example. We deprive anarchists of free speech by the heavy hand of a police magistrate, and furnish them with a practical instead of a theoretical argument against government. We answer strikes with bayonets, and make treason one of the rights of man. Everybody knows that when you closed the dance halls you filled the parks. Men who in their youth took part in "crusades" against the Tenderloin now admit in a crestfallen way that they succeeded merely in sprinkling the Tenderloin through the whole city. Over 20 years ago we formulated a sweeping taboo against trusts. Those same 20 years mark the centralization of industry. The routineer in a panic turns to the taboo. Whatever does not fit into his rigid little scheme of things must have its head chopped off. Now human nature and the changing social forces it generates are the very material which fit least well into most little schemes of things. A man cannot sleep in his cradle. Whatever is useful must in the nature of life become useless. We employ our instruments and abandon them. But nothing so simply true as that prevails in politics. When a government routine conflicts with the nation's purposes, the statesman actually makes a virtue of his loyalty to the routine. His practice is to ignore human character and pay no attention to social forces. The shallow presumption is that undomesticated impulses can be obliterated, that worldwide economic inventions can be stamped out by jailing millionaires, and acting in the spirit of Mr. Chesterton's man Phipps, "who went mad and ran about the country with an axe, hacking branches off the trees whenever there were not the same number on both sides." The routineer is, of course, the first to decry every radical proposal as against human nature. But the stand-pat mind has forfeited all right to speak for human nature. It has devoted the centuries to torturing men's instincts, stamping on them, passing laws against them, lifting its eyebrows at the thought of them, doing everything but trying to understand them. The same people who with daily insistence say that innovators ignore facts are in the absurd predicament of trying to still human wants with petty taboos. Social systems like ours, which do not even feed and house men and women, which deny pleasure, cramp play, ban adventure, propose celibacy, and grind out monotony, are a clear confession of sterility in statesmanship. And politics, however pretentiously rhetorical about ideals, is irrelevant if the only method it knows is to ostracize the desires it cannot manage. Suppose that statesmen transferred their reverence from the precedents and mistakes of their ancestors to the human material which they have set out to govern. Suppose they looked mankind in the face and asked themselves what was the result of answering evil with a prohibition. Such an exercise would, I fear, involve a considerable strain on what reformers call their moral sensibilities. For human nature is a rather shocking affair if you come to it with ordinary romantic optimism. Certainly the human nature that figures in most political thinking is a wraith that never was, not even in the souls of politicians. Idealism creates an abstraction, and then shudders at a reality which does not answer to it. Now statesmen who have set out to deal with actual life must deal with actual people. They cannot afford an inclusive pessimism about mankind. Let them have the consistency and good sense to cease bothering about men if men's desires seem intrinsically evil. Moral judgment about the ultimate quality of character is dangerous to a politician. He is too constantly tempted to call a policeman when he disapproves. We must study our failures. Gambling and drink, for example, produce much misery. But what reformers have to learn is that men don't gamble just for the sake of violating the law. They do so because something within them is satisfied by betting or drinking. To erect a ban doesn't stop the want. It merely prevents its satisfaction. And since this desire for stimulants or taking a chance at a prize is older and far more deeply rooted in the nature of men than love of the Prohibition Party or reverence for laws made at Albany, people will contrive to drink and gamble in spite of the acts of a legislature. A man may take liquor for a variety of reasons. He may be thirsty, or depressed, or unusually happy. He may want the companionship of a saloon, or he may hope to forget a scolding wife. Perhaps he needs a bracer in a weary hunt for a job. Perhaps he has a terrible craving for alcohol. He does not take up a drink so that he may become an habitual drunkard, or be locked up in jail, or get into a brawl, or lose his job, or go insane. These are what he might call the unfortunate byproducts of his desire. If once he could find something which would do for him what liquor does, without hurting him as liquor does, there would be no problem of drink. Bernard Shaw says he has found that substitute in going to church when there's no service. Goethe wrote The Sorrows of Werther in order to get rid of his own. Many an unhappy lover has found peace by expressing his misery in sonnet form. The problem is to find something for the common man who is not interested in contemporary churches and who can't write sonnets. When the socialists in Milwaukee began to experiment with municipal dances, they were greeted with indignant protests from the anti-vice element and with amused contempt by the newspaper paragraphers. The dances were discontinued, and so the belief in their failure is complete. I think, though, that Mayor Seidel's defense would by itself make this experiment memorable. He admitted freely the worst that can be said against the ordinary dance hall. So far he was with the petty reformers. Then he pointed out with considerable vehemence that dance halls were an urgent social necessity. At that point he had transcended the mind of the petty reformer completely. "We propose," said Seidel, "to go into competition with the devil." Nothing deeper has come from an American mayor in a long, long time. It is the point that Jane Addams makes in the opening pages of that wisely sweet book, The Spirit of Youth and the City Streets. She calls attention to the fact that the modern state has failed to provide for pleasure. "This stupid experiment," she writes, "of organizing work and failing to organize play has of course brought about a fine revenge. The love of pleasure will not be denied, and when it has turned into all sorts of malignant and vicious appetites, then we, the middle-aged, grow quite distracted and resort to all sorts of restrictive measures." For human nature seems to have wants that must be filled. If nobody else supplies them, the devil will. The demand for pleasure, adventure, romance has been left to the devil's catering for so long a time that most people think he inspires the demand. He doesn't. Our neglect is the devil's opportunity. What we should use, we let him abuse, and the corruption of the best things, as Hume remarked, produces the worst. Pleasure in our cities has become tied to lobster palaces, adventure to exalted murderers, romance to silly mooning novels. Like the flower girl in Galsworthy's play, we have made a very considerable confusion of the life of joy and the joy of life. The first impulse is to abolish all lobster palaces, melodramas, yellow newspapers, and sentimentally erotic novels. Why not abolish all the devil's works, the reformer wonders. The answer is in history. It can't be done that way. It is impossible to abolish either with a law or an axe the desires of men. It is dangerous, explosively dangerous, to thwart them for any length of time. The Puritans tried to choke the craving for pleasure in early New England. They had no theaters, no dances, no festivals. They burned witches instead. We rail a good deal against Tammany Hall. Reform tickets make periodic sallies against it, crying economy, efficiency, and a business administration. And we all pretend to be enormously surprised when the "ignorant foreign vote" prefers a corrupt political ring to a party of well-dressed, grammatical, and high-minded gentlemen. Some of us are even rather downcast about democracy because the Bowery doesn't take to heart the admonitions of the Evening Post. We forget completely the important wants supplied by Tammany Hall. We forget that this is a lonely country for an immigrant, and that the Statue of Liberty doesn't shed her light with too much warmth. Possessing nothing but a statistical, inhuman conception of government, the average municipal reformer looks down contemptuously upon a man like Tim Sullivan with his clambakes and his dances, his warm and friendly saloons, his handshaking and funeral going and baby christening, his readiness to get coal for the family and a job for the husband. But a Tim Sullivan is closer to the heart of statesmanship than the 5 city clubs full of people who want low taxes and orderly bookkeeping. He does things which have to be done. He humanizes a strange country. He is a friend at court. He represents the legitimate kindliness of government, standing between the poor and the impersonal, uninviting majesty of the law. Let no man wonder that Lorimer's people do not prefer an efficiency expert, that a Tim Sullivan has power, or that men are loyal to Hinky Dink. The cry raised against these men by the average reformer is a piece of cold, unreal, preposterous idealism compared to the solid, warm facts of kindliness, clothes, food, and fun. You cannot beat the bosses with the reformer's taboo. You will not get far on the Bowery with the cost unit system and low taxes. And I don't blame the Bowery. You can beat Tammany Hall permanently in one way, by making the government of a city as human, as kindly, as jolly as Tammany Hall. I am aware of the contract grafts, the franchise steals, the dirty streets, the bribing and the blackmail, the vice and crime partnerships, the big business alliances of Tammany Hall. And yet it seems to me that Tammany has a better perception of human need, and comes nearer to being what a government should be, than any scheme yet proposed by a group of uptown good government enthusiasts. Tammany is not a satanic instrument of deception, cleverly devised to thwart the will of the people. It is a crude and largely unconscious answer to certain immediate needs, and without those needs its power would crumble. That is why I ventured in the preceding chapter to describe it as a natural sovereignty which had grown up behind a mechanical form of government. It is a poor weed compared to what government might be, but it is a real government that has power and serves a want, and not a frame imposed upon men from on top. The taboo, the merely negative law, is the emptiest of all the impositions from on top. In its long record of failure, in the comparative success of Tammany, those who are aiming at social changes can see a profound lesson. The impulses, cravings, and wants of men must be employed. You can employ them well or ill, but you must employ them. A group of reformers lounging at a club cannot, dare not, decide to close up another man's club because it is called a saloon. Unless the reformer can invent something which substitutes attractive virtues for attractive vices, he will fail. He will fail because human nature abhors the vacuum created by the taboo. An incident in the international peace propaganda illuminates this point. Not long ago, a meeting in Carnegie Hall, New York, to forward peace among nations, broke up in great disorder. Thousands of people who hate the waste and futility of war as much as any of the orators of that evening were filled with an unholy glee. They chuckled with delight at the idea of a riot in a peace meeting. Though it would have seemed perverse to the ordinary pacifist, this sentiment sprang from a respectable source. It had the same ground as the instinctive feeling of 9 men in 10 that Roosevelt has more right to talk about peace than William Howard Taft. James made it articulate in his essay on The Moral Equivalent of War. James was a great advocate of peace, but he understood Theodore Roosevelt, and he spoke for the military man when he wrote of war that, quote, "its horrors are a cheap price to pay for rescue from the only alternative supposed, of a world of clerks and teachers, of coeducation and zoophily, of consumers' leagues and associated charities, of industrialism unlimited and feminism unabashed. No scorn, no hardness, no valor any more. Fie upon such a cattle yard of a planet." Unquote. And he added, quote, "So far as the central essence of this feeling goes, no healthy-minded person, it seems to me, can help to some degree partaking of it. Militarism is the great preserver of our ideals of hardihood, and human life with no use for hardihood would be contemptible. Without risks or prizes for the darer, history would be insipid indeed. And there is a type of military character which everyone feels that the race should never cease to breed, for everyone is sensitive to its superiority." Unquote. So William James proposed not the abolition of war, but a moral equivalent for it. He dreamed of, quote, "a conscription of the whole youthful population to form for a certain number of years a part of the army enlisted against nature. The military ideals of hardihood and discipline would be wrought into the growing fiber of the people. No one would remain blind, as the luxurious classes now are blind, to man's relations to the globe he lives on, and to the permanently sour and hard foundations of his higher life." Unquote. Now we are not concerned here over the question of this particular proposal. The telling point in my opinion is this: that when a wise man, a student of human nature, and a reformer met in the same person, the taboo was abandoned. James has given us a lasting phrase when he speaks of the moral equivalent of evil. We can use it, I believe, as a guidepost to statesmanship. Rightly understood, the idea behind the words contains all that is valuable in conservatism, and for the first time gives a reputable meaning to that tortured epithet, constructive. Quote, "The military feelings," says James, "are too deeply grounded to abdicate their place among our ideals until better substitutes are offered. Such a conscription, with the state of public opinion that would have required it, and the many moral fruits it would bear, would preserve in the midst of a pacific civilization the manly virtues which the military party is so afraid of seeing disappear in peace. So far, war has been the only force that can discipline a whole community, and until an equivalent discipline is organized, I believe that war must have its way. But I have no serious doubt that the ordinary prides and shames of social man, once developed to a certain intensity, are capable of organizing such a moral equivalent as I have sketched, or some other just as effective for preserving manliness of type. It is but a question of time, of skillful propagandism, and of opinion-making men seizing historic opportunities. The martial type of character can be bred without war." Unquote. To find for evil its moral equivalent is to be conservative about values and radical about forms, to turn to the establishment of positively good things instead of trying simply to check bad ones, to emphasize the additions to life instead of the restrictions upon it, to substitute, if you like, the love of heaven for the fear of hell. Such a program means the dignified utilization of the whole nature of man. It will recognize as the first test of all political systems and moral codes whether or not they are against human nature. It will insist that they be cut to fit the whole man, not merely a part of him. For there are utopian proposals made every day which cover about as much of a human being as a beautiful hat does. Instead of tabooing our impulses, we must redirect them. Instead of trying to crush badness, we must turn the power behind it to good account. The assumption is that every lust is capable of some civilized expression. We say, in effect, that evil is a way by which desire expresses itself. The older moralists, the taboo philosophers, believed that the desires themselves were inherently evil. To us they are the energies of the soul, neither good nor bad in themselves. Like dynamite, they are capable of all sorts of uses, and it is the business of civilization, through the family and the school, religion, art, science, and all institutions, to transmute these energies into fine values. Behind evil there is power, and it is folly, wasting and disappointing folly, to ignore this power because it has found an evil issue. All that is dynamic in human character is in these rooted lusts. The great error of the taboo has been just this, that it believed each desire had only one expression, that if that expression was evil, the desire itself was evil. We know a little better today. We know that it is possible to harness desire to many interests, that evil is one form of a desire, and not the nature of it. This supplies us with a standard for judging reforms, and so makes clear what constructive action really is. When it was discovered recently that the boys' gang was not an unmitigated nuisance to be chased by a policeman, but a force that could be made valuable to civilization through the Boy Scouts, a really constructive reform was given to the world. The effervescence of boys on the street, wasted and perverted through neglect or persecution, was drained and applied to fine uses. When Percy Mackay pleads for pageants in which the people themselves participate, he offers an opportunity for expressing some of the lusts of the city in the form of an art. The Freudian school of psychologists calls this sublimation. They have brought forward a wealth of material which gives us every reason to believe that the theory of moral equivalence is soundly based, that much the same energies produce crime and civilization, art, vice, insanity, love, lust, and religion. In each individual the original differences are small. Training and opportunity decide in the main how men's lust shall emerge. Left to themselves, or ignorantly tabooed, they break forth in some barbaric or morbid form. Only by supplying our passions with civilized interests can we escape their destructive force. I have put it negatively, as a counsel of prudence. But he who has the courage of existence will put it triumphantly, crying yea, as Nietzsche did, and recognizing that all the passions of men are the motive powers of a fine life. For the roads that lead to heaven and hell are one until they part. End of section 2. Section 3 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3: The Changing Focus. The taboo, however useless, is at least concrete. Although it achieves little besides mischief, it has all the appearance of practical action, and consequently enlists the enthusiasm of those people whom Wells describes as rushing about the country shouting, "For God's sake, let's do something now." There are weight and solidity in a policeman's club, while a moral equivalent happens to be pale, like the stuff of which dreams are made. To the politician whose daily life consists in dodging the 1,001 conflicting prejudices of his constituents, in bickering with committees, intriguing and playing for the vote; to the businessman harassed on four sides by the trust, the union, the law, and public opinion, distrustful of any wide scheme because the stupidity of his shipping clerk is the most vivid item in his mind, all this discussion about politics and the inner life will sound like so much fine-spun nonsense. I, for one, am not disposed to blame the politicians and the businessmen. They govern the nation, it is true, but they do it in a rather absent-minded fashion. Those revolutionists who see the misery of the country as a deliberate and fiendish plot overestimate the bad will, the intelligence, and the singleness of purpose in the ruling classes. Business and political leaders don't mean badly. The trouble with them is that most of the time they don't mean anything. They picture themselves as very practical, which in practice amounts to saying that nothing makes them feel so spiritually homeless as the discussion of values and an invitation to examine first principles. Ideas, most of the time, cause them genuine distress, and are as disconcerting as an idle office boy or a squeaky telephone. I do not underestimate the troubles of the man of affairs. I have lived with politicians, with socialist politicians whose goodwill was abundant and intentions constructive. The petty vexations pile up into mountains. The distracting details scatter the attention and break up thinking, while the mere problem of exercising power crowds out speculation about what to do with it. Personal jealousies interrupt coordinated effort. Committee sessions wear out nerves by their aimless drifting. Constant speech-making turns a man back upon a convenient little store of platitudes. Misunderstanding and distortion dry up the imagination, make thought timid and expression flat. The atmosphere of publicity requires a mask which soon becomes the reality. Politicians tend to live in character, and many a public figure has come to imitate the journalism which describes him. You cannot blame politicians if their perceptions are few and their thinking crude. Football strategy does not originate in a scrimmage. It is useless to expect solutions in a political campaign. Woodrow Wilson brought to public life an exceedingly flexible mind. Many of us, when he first emerged, rejoiced at the clean and athletic quality of his thinking. But even he, under the stress of a campaign, slackened into commonplace reiteration, accepting a futile and intellectually dishonest platform, closing his eyes to facts, misrepresenting his opponents, abandoning, in short, the very qualities which distinguished him. It is understandable. When a national committee puts a megaphone to a man's mouth and tells him to yell, it is difficult for him to hear anything. If a nation's destiny were really bound up with the politics reported in newspapers, the impasse would be discouraging. If the important sovereignty of a country were in what is called its parliamentary life, then the day of Plato's philosopher kings would be far off indeed. Certainly nobody expects our politicians to become philosophers. When they do, they hide the fact. And when philosophers try to be politicians, they generally cease to be philosophers. But the truth is that we overestimate enormously the importance of nominations, campaigns, and office holding. If we are discouraged, it is because we tend to identify statecraft with that official government which is merely one of its instruments. Vastly over-advertised, we have mistaken an inflated fragment for the real political life of the country. For if you think of men and their welfare, government appears at once as nothing but an agent among many others. The task of civilizing our impulses by creating fine opportunities for their expression cannot be accomplished through the city hall alone. All the influences of social life are needed. The eggs do not lie in one basket. Thus the issues in the trade unions may be far more directly important to statecraft than the destiny of the Republican Party. The power that workingmen generate when they unite, the demands they will make and the tactics they will pursue, how they are educating themselves and the nation, these are genuine issues which bear upon the future. So with the policies of businessmen. Whether financiers are to be sullen and stupid like Archbold, defiant like Morgan, or well-intentioned like Perkins, is a question that enters deeply into the industrial issues. The whole business problem takes on a new complexion if the representatives of capital are to be men with the temper of Louis Brandeis or William C. Redfield. For when business careers are made professional, new motives enter into the situation. It will make a world of difference if the leadership of industry is in the hands of men interested in production as a creative art instead of as a brute exploitation. The economic conflicts are at once raised to a plane of research, experiment, and honest deliberation. For on the level of hate and mean-seeking no solution is possible. That subtle fact, the change of business motives, the demonstration that industry can be conducted as medicine is, may civilize the whole class conflict. Obviously, statecraft is concerned with such a change, extra-political though it is, and wherever the politician through his prestige or the government through its universities can stimulate a revolution in business motives, it should do so. That is genuinely constructive work, and will do more to a humane solution of the class struggle than all the jails and state constabularies that ever betrayed the barbarism of the 20th century. It is no wonder that business is such a sordid affair. We have done our best to exclude from it every passionate interest that is capable of lighting up activity with eagerness and joy. Unbusinesslike we have called the devotion of craftsmen and scientists. We have actually pretended that the work of extracting a living from nature could be done most successfully by short-sighted money-makers encouraged by their money-spending wives. We are learning better today. We are beginning to know that this nation, for all its boasts, has not touched the real possibilities of business success, that nature and good luck have done most of our work, that our achievements come in spite of our ignorance. And so no man can gauge the civilizing possibilities of a new set of motives in business. That it will add to the dignity and value of millions of careers is only one of its blessings. Given a nation of men trained to think scientifically about their work and feel about it as craftsmen, and you have a people released from a stupid fixation upon the silly little ideals of accumulating dollars and filling their neighbor's eye. We preach against commercialism, but without great result, and the reason for our failure is that we merely say, "You ought not," instead of offering a new interest. Instead of telling businessmen not to be greedy, we should tell them to be industrial statesmen, applied scientists, and members of a craft. Politics can aid that revolution in 100 ways, by advocating it, by furnishing schools that teach, laboratories that demonstrate, by putting business on the same plane of interest as the health service. The indictment against politics today is not its corruption, but its lack of insight. I believe it is a fact which experience will sustain, that men steal because they haven't anything better to do. You don't have to preach honesty to men with a creative purpose. Let a human being throw the energies of his soul into the making of something, and the instinct of workmanship will take care of his honesty. The writers who have nothing to say are the ones that you can buy. The others have too high a price. A genuine craftsman will not adulterate his product. The reason isn't because duty says he shouldn't, but because passion says he couldn't. I suggested in an earlier chapter that the issue of honesty and dishonesty was a futile one, and I placed faith in the creative men. They hate shams and the watering of goods on a more trustworthy basis than the mere routine moralist. To them, dishonesty is a contradiction of their own lusts, and they ask no credit, need none, for being true. Creation is an emotional assent, which makes the standard vices trivial, and turns all that is valuable in virtue to the service of desire. When politics revolves mechanically, it ceases to use the real energies of a nation. Government is then at once irrelevant and mischievous, a mere obstructive nuisance. Not long ago a prominent senator remarked that he didn't know much about the country because he had spent the last few months in Washington. It was a profound utterance, as anyone can testify who reads, let us say, the Congressional Record. For that document, though replete with language, is singularly unacquainted with the forces that agitate the nation. Politics, as the contributors to the Congressional Record seem to understand it, is a very limited selection of well-worn debates on a few arbitrarily chosen problems. Those questions have developed a technique and an interest in them for their own sake. They are handled with a dull solemnity quite out of proportion to their real interest. Labor receives only a perfunctory and largely disingenuous attention. Even commerce is handled in a way that expresses neither its direction nor its public use. Congress has been ready enough to grant favors to corporations, but where in its wrangling from the Sherman Act to the Commerce Court has it shown any sympathetic understanding of the constructive purposes in the trust movement? It has either presented the businessman with money or harassed him with bungling enthusiasm in the pretended interests of the consumer. The one thing Congress has not done is to use the talents of businessmen for the nation's advantage. If politics has been indifferent to forces like the Union and the Trust, it is no exaggeration to say that it has displayed a modest ignorance of women's problems, of educational conflicts and racial aspirations, of the control of newspapers and magazines, the book publishing world, socialist conventions, and unofficial political groups like the single taxers. Such genuine powers do not absorb our political interest because we are fooled by the regalia of office. But statesmanship, if it is to be relevant, would obtain a new perspective on these dynamic currents, would find out the wants they express and the energies they contain, would shape and direct and guide them. For unions and trusts, sects, clubs, and voluntary associations stand for actual needs. The size of their following, the intensity of their demands are a fair index of what the statesman must think about. No lawyer created a trust, though he drew up its charter. No logician made the labor movement or the feminist agitation. If you ask what for political purposes a nation is, a practical answer would be, it is its movements. They are the social life. So far as the future is man-made, it is made of them. They show their real vitality by a relentless growth in spite of all the little fences and obstacles that foolish politicians devise. There is, of course, much that is dead within the movements. Each one carries along a quality of inert and outworn ideas. Not infrequently there is an internally contradictory current. Thus the very workingmen who agitate for a better diffusion of wealth display a marked hostility to improvements in the production of it. The feminists, too, have their atavisms. Not a few who object to the patriarchal family seem inclined to cure it by going back still more to the matriarchal. Constructive business has no end of reactionary movements. The most striking, perhaps, is when it buys up patents in order to suppress them. Yet these inversions, though discouraging, are not essential in the life of movements. They need to be expurgated by an unceasing criticism. Yet in bulk the forces I have mentioned, and many others less important, carry with them the creative powers of our times. It is not surprising that so many political inventions have been made within these movements, fostered by them, and brought to a general public notice through their efforts. When some constructive proposal is being agitated before a legislative committee, it is customary to unite the movements in support of it. Trade unions and women's clubs have joined hands in many an agitation. There are proposals today like the minimum wage which seem sure of support from consumers' leagues, women's federations, trade unions, and those far-sighted businessmen who may be called state socialists. In fact, unless a political invention is woven into a social movement, it has no importance. Only when that is done is it imbued with life. But how, among countless suggestions, is a cause to know the difference between a true invention and a pipe dream? There is, of course, no infallible touchstone by which we can tell offhand. No one need hope for an easy certainty either here or anywhere else in human affairs. No one is absolved from experiment and constant revision. Yet there are some hypotheses that prima facie deserve more attention than others. Those are the suggestions which come out of a recognized human need. If a man proposed that the judges of the Supreme Court be reduced from 9 to 7, because the number 7 has mystical power, we could ignore him. But if he suggested that the number be reduced because 7 men can deliberate more effectively than 9, he ought to be given a hearing. Or let us suppose that the argument is about granting votes to women. The suffragist who bases a claim on the so-called logic of democracy is making the poorest possible showing for a good cause. I have heard people maintain that, quote, "it makes no difference whether women want the ballot, or are fit for it, or can do any good with it. This country is a democracy. Democracy means government by the votes of the people. Women are people, therefore women should vote." Unquote. That, in a very simple form, is the mechanical conception of government. For notice how it ignores human wants and human powers, how it subordinates people to a rigid formula. I use this crude example because it shows that even the most genuine and deeply grounded demands are as yet unable to free themselves entirely from a superficial manner of thinking. We are only partially emancipated from the mechanical and merely logical tradition of the 18th century. No end of illustrations could be adduced. In the Socialist Party it has been the custom to denounce the short ballot. Why? Because it reduces the number of elective offices. This is regarded as undemocratic for the reason that democracy has come to mean a series of elections. According to a logic, the more elections, the more democratic. But experience has shown that a 7-foot ballot with a regiment of names is so bewildering that a real choice is impossible. So it is proposed to cut down the number of elective offices, focus the attention on a few alternatives, and turn voting into a fairly intelligent performance. Here is an attempt to fit political devices to the actual powers of the voter. The old crude form of ballot forgot that finite beings had to operate it. But the Democrats adhere to the multitude of choices because logic requires them to. This incident of the short ballot illustrates the cleavage between invention and routine. The socialists oppose it not because their intentions are bad, but because on this issue their thinking is mechanical. Instead of applying the test of human need, they apply a verbal and logical consistency. The short ballot in itself is a slight affair, but the insight behind it seems to me capable of revolutionary development. It is one symptom of the effort to found institutions on human nature. There are many others. We might point to the first experiments aimed at remedying the helter-skelter of careers by vocational guidance. Carried through successfully, this invention of Professor Parsons is one whose significance in happiness can hardly be exaggerated. When you think of the misfits among your acquaintances, the lawyers who should be mechanics, the doctors who should be businessmen, the teachers who should have been clerks, and the executives who should be doing research in a laboratory, when you think of the talent that would be released by proper use, the imagination takes wing at the possibilities. What could we not make of the world if we employed its genius? Whoever is working to express special energies is part of a constructive revolution. Whoever is removing the stunting environments of our occupations is doing the fundamentals of reform. The studies of Miss Goldmark of industrial fatigue, recuperative power, and maximum productivity are contributions toward that distant and desirable period when labor shall be a free and joyous activity. Every suggestion which turns work from a drudgery to a craft is worth our deepest interest. For until then, the labor problem will never be solved. The socialist demand for a better distribution of wealth is of great consequence, but without a change in the very nature of labor, society will not have achieved the happiness it expects. That is why imaginative socialists have shown so great an interest in syndicalism. There, at least in some of its forms, we can catch sight of a desire to make all labor a self-governing craft. The handling of crime has been touched by the modern impetus. The ancient, abstract, and wholesale "justice" is breaking up into detailed and carefully adapted treatment of individual offenders. What this means for the child has become common knowledge in late years. Criminology, to use an awkward word, is finding a human center. So is education. Everyone knows how child study is revolutionizing the schoolroom and the curriculum. Why, it seems that Madame Montessori has had the audacity to sacrifice the sacred bench to the interests of the pupil. The traditional school seems to be vanishing, that place in which an ill-assorted band of youngsters was for a certain number of hours each day placed in the vicinity of a textbook and a maiden lady. I mention these experiments at random. It is not the specific reforms that I wish to emphasize, but the great possibilities they foreshadow. Whether or not we adopt certain special bills, high tariff or low tariff, one banking system or another, this trust control or that, is a slight gain compared to a change of attitude toward all political problems. The reformer bound up in his special propaganda will, of course, object that to get something done is worth more than any amount of talk about new ways of looking at political problems. What matters the method, he will cry, provided the reform be good? Well, the method matters more than any particular reform. A man who couldn't think straight might get the right answer to one problem, but how much faith would you have in his capacity to solve the next one? If you wanted to educate a child, would you teach him to read one play of Shakespeare, or would you teach him to read? If the world were going to remain frigidly set after next year, we might well thank our stars if we blundered into a few decent solutions right away. But as there is no prospect of a time when our life will be immutably fixed, as we shall, therefore, have to go on inventing, it is fair to say that what the world is aching for is not a special reform embodied in a particular statute, but a way of going at all problems. The lasting value of Darwin, for example, is not in any concrete conclusion he reached. His importance to the world lies in the new twist he gave to science. He lent it fruitful direction, a different impetus, and the results are beyond his imagining. In that spiritual autobiography of a searching mind, The New Machiavelli, Wells describes his progress from a reformer of concrete abuses to a revolutionist in method. Quote, "You see," he says, "I began in my teens by wanting to plan and build cities and harbors for mankind. I ended in the middle 30s by desiring only to serve and increase a general process of thought, a process fearless, critical, real-spirited, that would in its own time give cities, harbors, air, happiness, everything at a scale and quality and in a light altogether beyond the match-striking imaginations of a contemporary mind." Unquote. This same veering of interest may be seen in the career of another Englishman. I refer to Mr. Graham Wallas. Back in the 80s he was working with the Webbs, Bernard Shaw, Sidney Olivier, Annie Besant, and others in socialist propaganda. Readers of the Fabian Essays know Mr. Wallas and appreciate the work of his group. Perhaps more than anyone else, the Fabians are responsible for turning English socialist thought from the verbalism of the Marxian disciples to the actualities of English political life. Their appetite for the concrete was enormous, their knowledge of facts overpowering, as the tomes produced by Mr. and Mrs. Webb can testify. The socialism of the Fabians soon became a definite legislative program which the various political parties were to be bulldozed, cajoled, and tricked into enacting. It was effective work, and few can question the value of it. Yet many admirers have been left with a sense of inadequacy. Unlike the orthodox socialists, the Fabians took an active part in immediate politics. "We permeated the party organizations," writes Shaw, "and pulled all the wires we could lay our hands on with our utmost adroitness and energy. The generalship of this movement was undertaken chiefly by Sidney Webb, who played such bewildering conjuring tricks with the liberal thimbles and the Fabian peas that to this day both the liberals and the sectarian socialists stand aghast at him." Few Americans know how great has been this influence on English political history for the last 20 years. The well-known Minority Report of the Poor Law Commission bears the Webb signature most conspicuously. Fabianism began to achieve a reputation for getting things done, for taking part in practical affairs. Bernard Shaw has found time to do no end of campaigning, and even the parochial politics of a vestryman has not seemed too insignificant for his Fabian enthusiasm. Graham Wallas was a candidate in 5 municipal elections, and has held an important office as member of the London County Council. But the original Fabian enthusiasm has slackened. One might ascribe to it a growing sense that concrete programs by themselves will not ensure any profound regeneration of society. H. G. Wells has been savage and often unfair about the Fabian Society, but in The New Machiavelli he touched, I believe, the real disillusionment. Remington's history is in a way symbolic. Here was a successful political reformer, coming more and more to a disturbing recognition of his helplessness, perceiving the aimlessness and the unreality of political life, and announcing his contempt for the crudification of all issues. What Remington missed was what so many reformers are beginning to miss, an underlying philosophical habit. Mr. Wallas seems to have had much the same experience. In the midst of a bustle of activity, politics appeared to have no center to which its thinking and doing could be referred. The truth was driven home upon him that political science is a science of human relationship with the human beings left out. So he writes that, "the thinkers of the past, from Plato to Bentham and Mill, had each his own view of human nature, and they made these views the basis of their speculations on government. But today nearly all students of politics analyze institutions and avoid the analysis of man." Whoever has read the typical book on politics by a professor or reformer will agree, I think, when he adds, "One feels that many of the more systematic books on politics by American university professors are useless, just because the writers dealt with abstract men, formed on assumptions of which they were unaware and which they have never tested, either by experience or by study." An extreme example could be made of Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University. In the space of 6 months he wrote an impassioned defense of constitutional government, beginning with the question, "Why is it that in the United States the words politics and politician have associations that are chiefly of evil omen?" And then, to make irony complete, proceeded at the New York State Republican Convention to do the jobbery of Boss Barnes. What is there left but to gasp and wonder whether the words of the intellect have anything to do with the facts of life? What insight into reality can a man possess who is capable of discussing politics and ignoring politicians? What kind of naivete was it that led this educator into asking such a question? President Butler is, I grant, a caricature of the typical professor. Yet what shall we say of the annual harvest of treatises on labor problems which make no analysis of the mental condition of laboring men, of the treatises on marriage and prostitution which gloss over the sexual life of the individual? "In the other sciences which deal with human affairs," writes Mr. Wallace, referring to pedagogy and criminology, "this division between the study of the thing done and the study of the being who does it is not found." I have in my hands a textbook of 600 pages which is used in the largest universities as a groundwork of political economy. This remarkable sentence strikes the eye: "The motives to business activity are too familiar to require analysis." But some sense that perhaps the economic man is not a self-evident creature seems to have touched our author. So we are treated to these sapient remarks: "To avoid this criticism we will begin with a characterization of the typical business man to be found today in the United States and other countries in the same stage of industrial development. He has 4 traits which show themselves more or less clearly in all of his acts. They are, first, self-interest, but this does not mean that he is steeped in selfishness. Secondly, the larger self, the family, union, club, and, in times of emergency, his country. Thirdly, love of independence, for his ambition is to stand on his own feet. Fourthly, business ethics, which are not usually as high as the standards professed in churches, but they are much higher than current criticisms of business would lead one to think." 3/4 of a page is sufficient for this penetrating analysis of motive, and is followed by the remark that these 4 characteristics of the economic man are readily explained by reference to the evolutionary process which has brought industrial society to its present stage of development." If those were the generalizations of a tired businessman after a heavy dinner and a big cigar, they would still seem rather muddled and useless. But as the basis of an economic treatise in which laws are announced, principles laid down, reforms criticized as impracticable, all for the benefit of thousands of college students, it is hardly possible to exaggerate the folly of such an exhibition. I have taken a book written by one eminent professor, and evidently approved by others, for they use it as a textbook. It is no queer freak. I myself was supposed to read that book pretty nearly every week for a year. With hundreds of others I was supposed to found my economic understanding upon it. We were actually punished for not reading that book. It was given to us as wisdom, as modern political economy. But what goes by the name today is a potpourri in which one can distinguish descriptions of legal forms, charters, and institutions, comparative studies of governmental and social machinery, the history of institutions, a few "principles" like the law of rent, some moral admonitions, a good deal of class feeling, not a little timidity, but almost no attempt to cut beneath these manifestations of social life to the creative impulses which produce them. The economic man, that lazy abstraction, is still paraded in the lecture room, the study of human nature has not advanced beyond the gossip of old wives. Graham Wallas touched the cause of the trouble when he pointed out that political science today discusses institutions and ignores the nature of the men who make and live under them. I have heard professors reply that it wasn't their business to discuss human nature, but to record and interpret economic and political facts. Yet if you probe those interpretations, there is no escaping the conclusion that they rest upon some notion of what man is like. "The student of politics," writes Mr. Wallas, "must, consciously or unconsciously, form a conception of human nature, and the less conscious he is of his conception, the more likely he is to be dominated by it." For politics is an interest of men, a tool which they fabricate and use, and no comment has much value if it tries to get along without mankind. You might as well try to describe food by ignoring the digestion. Mr. Wallas has called a halt. I think we may say that his is the distinction of having turned the study of politics back to the humane tradition of Plato and Machiavelli, of having made man the center of political investigation. The very title of his book, Human Nature in Politics, is significant. Now, in making that statement, I am aware that it is a sweeping one, and I do not mean to imply that Mr. Wallas is the only modern man who has tried to think about politics psychologically. Here in America alone we have two splendid critics, a man and a woman, whose thought flows from an interpretation of human character. Thorstein Veblen's brilliant descriptions penetrate deeply into our mental life, and Jane Addams has given new hope to many of us by her capacity for making ideals the goal of natural desire. Nor is it just to pass by such a suggestive thinker as Gabriel Tarde, even though we may feel that his psychology is too simple and his conclusions somewhat overdriven by a favorite theory. The work of Gustave Le Bon on crowds has of course passed into current thought, but I doubt whether anyone could say that he had even prepared a basis for a new political psychology. His own aversion to reform, his fondness for vast epochs, and his contempt for current effort have left most of his psychological laws in the region of interesting literary comment. There are, too, any number of social psychologies, such as those of Ross and McDougall. But the trouble with them is that the psychology is weak and uninformed, distorted by moral enthusiasms, and put out without any particular reference to the task of statesmanship. When you come to special problems, the literature of the subject picks up. Crime is receiving valuable attention. Education is profoundly affected. Alcoholism and sex have been handled for a good while on a psychological basis. But it remained for Mr. Wallas to state the philosophy of the matter, to say why the study of human nature must serve politics, and to point out how. He has not produced a political psychology, but he has written the manifesto for it. As a result, fragmentary investigations can be brought together and applied to the work of statecraft. Merely by making these researches self-conscious, he has made clearer their goal, given them direction, and kindled them to practical action. How necessary this work is can be seen in the writing of Miss Addams. Owing to keen insight and fine sympathy, her thinking has generally been on a human basis. Yet Miss Addams is a reformer, and sympathy without an explicit philosophy may lead to a distorted enthusiasm. Her book on prostitution seems rather the product of her moral fervor than her human insight. Compare it with The Spirit of Youth, or Newer Ideals of Peace, or Democracy and Social Ethics, and I think you will notice a very considerable willingness to gloss over human need in the interests of an unanalyzed reform. To put it bluntly, Miss Addams let her impatience get the better of her wisdom. She had written brilliantly about sex and its sublimation. She had suggested notable moral equivalents for vice. But when she touched the white slave traffic its horrors were so great that she also put her faith in the policeman and the district attorney. A New Conscience and an Ancient Evil is an hysterical book, just because the real philosophical basis of Miss Addams' thinking was not deliberate enough to withstand the shock of a poignant horror. It is this weakness that Mr. Wallace comes to remedy. He has described what political science must be like, and anyone who has absorbed his insight has an intellectual groundwork for political observation. No one, least of all Mr. Wallace, would claim anything like finality for the essay. These labors are not done in a day, but he has deliberately brought the study of politics to the only focus which has any rational interest for mankind. He has made a plea, and sketched a plan which hundreds of investigators the world over must help to realize. If political science could travel in the direction suggested, its criticism would be relevant, its proposals practical. There would, for the first time, be a concerted effort to build a civilization around mankind, to use its talent and to satisfy its needs. There would be no more empty taboos, no erecting of institutions upon abstract and mechanical analogies. Politics would be like education, an effort to develop, train, and nurture men's impulses. As Montessori is building the school around the child, so politics would build all of social life around the human being. That practical issues hang upon these investigations can be shown by an example from Mr. Wallace's book. Take the quarrel over socialism. You hear it said that without the private ownership of capital, people will lose ambition and sink into sloth. Many men, just as well aware of present-day evils as the socialists, are unwilling to accept the collectivist remedy. G.K. Chesterton and Hilaire Belloc speak of the magic of property as the real obstacle to socialism. Now obviously this is a question of first-rate importance. If socialism will destroy initiative, then only a doctrinaire would desire it. But how is the question to be solved? You cannot reason it out. Economics, as we know it today, is quite incapable of answering such a problem, for it is a matter that depends upon psychological investigation. When a professor says that socialism is impracticable, he begs the question, for that amounts to assuming that the point at issue is already settled. If he tells you that socialism is against human nature, we have a perfect right to ask where he proved the possibilities of human nature. But note how Mr. Wallace approaches the debate. Quote, "Children quarrel furiously at a very early age over apparently worthless things, and collect and hide them long before they can have any clear notion of the advantages to be derived from individual possession. Those children who in certain charity schools are brought up entirely without personal property, even in their clothes or pocket handkerchiefs, show every sign of the bad effect on health and character which results from complete inability to satisfy a strong inherited instinct. Some economist ought therefore to give us a treatise in which this property instinct is carefully and quantitatively examined. How far can it be eliminated or modified by education? Is it satisfied by a leasehold or a life interest, or by such an arrangement of corporate property as is offered by a collegiate foundation, or by the provision of a public park? Does it require for its satisfaction material and visible things, such as land or houses, or is the holding, say, of colonial railway shares sufficient? Is the absence of unlimited proprietary rights felt more strongly in the case of personal chattels, such as furniture and ornaments, than in the case of land or machinery? Does the degree and direction of the instinct markedly differ among different individuals or races, or between the two sexes?" Unquote. This puts the argument upon a plane where discussion is relevant. There is no trumped-up issue. It is asked by a politician and a socialist seeking for a real solution. We need to know whether the magic of property extends from a man's garden to Standard Oil stocks, as anti-socialists say, and conversely, we need to know what is happening to that mass of proletarians who own no property and cannot satisfy their instincts even with personal chattels. For if ownership is a human need, we certainly cannot taboo it as the extreme communists so dogmatically urge. "Pending an inquiry," writes Mr. Wallis, "my own provisional opinion is that like a good many instincts of very early evolutionary origin, it can be satisfied by an avowed pretense. Just as a kitten which is fed regularly on milk can be kept in good health if it is allowed to indulge its hunting instinct by playing with a bobbin, and a peaceful civil servant satisfies his instinct of combat and adventure at golf." Unquote. Mr. Wallis takes exactly the same position as William James did when he planned a moral equivalent for war. Both men illustrate the changing focus of political thought. Both try to found statesmanship on human need. Both see that there are good and bad satisfactions of the same impulse. The routineer with his taboo does not see this, so he attempts the impossible task of obliterating the impulse. He differs fundamentally from the creative politician who devotes himself to inventing fine expressions for human needs, who recognizes that the work of statesmanship is in large measure the finding of good substitutes for the bad things we want. This is the heart of a political revolution. When we recognize that the focus of politics is shifting from a mechanical to a human center, we shall have reached what is, I believe, the most essential idea in modern politics. More than any other generalization, it illuminates the currents of our national life and explains the altering tasks of statesmanship. The old effort was to harness mankind to abstract principles, liberty, justice, or equality, and to deduce institutions from these high-sounding words. It did not succeed because human nature was contrary and restive. The new effort proposes to fit creeds and institutions to the wants of men, to satisfy their impulses as fully and beneficially as possible. And yet we do not begin to know our desires or the art of their satisfaction. Mr. Wallis's book and the special literature of the subject leave no doubt that a precise political psychology is far off indeed. The human nature we must put at the center of our statesmanship is only partially understood. True, Mr. Wallis works with a psychology that is fairly well superseded, but not even the advance guard today, what we may call the Freudian school, would claim that it had brought knowledge to a point where politics could use it in any very deep or comprehensive way. The subject is crude and fragmentary, though we are entitled to call it promising. Yet the fact had better be faced. Psychology has not gone far enough. Its results are still too vague for our purposes. We know very little, and what we know has hardly been applied to political problems. That the last few years have witnessed a revolution in the study of mental life is plain. The effects are felt not only in psychotherapy, but in education, morals, religion, and no end of cultural interests. The impetus of Freud is perhaps the greatest advance ever made towards the understanding and control of human character. But for the complexities of politics it is not yet ready. It will take time and endless labor for a detailed study of social problems in the light of this growing knowledge. What then shall we do now? Must we continue to muddle along in the old ruts, gazing rapturously at an impotent ideal until the works of the scientists are matured? End of section 3. Section 4 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4: The Golden Rule and After. It would indeed be an intolerably pedantic performance for a nation to sit still and wait for its scientists to report on their labors. The notion is typical of the pitfalls in the path of any theorist who does not correct his logic by a constant reference to the movement of life. It is true that statecraft must make human nature its basis. It is true that its chief task is the invention of forms and institutions which satisfy the inner needs of mankind, and it is true that our knowledge of those needs and the technique of their satisfaction is hazy, unorganized, and blundering. But to suppose that the remedy lies in waiting for monographs from the research of the laboratory is to have lost a sense of the rhythm of actual affairs. That is not the way things come about. We grow into a new point of view. Only afterwards, in looking back, do we see the landmarks of our progress. Thus it is customary to say that Adam Smith dates the change from the old mercantilist economy to the capitalistic economies of the 19th century. But that is a manner of speech. The old mercantilist policy was giving way to early industrialism. 1,000 unconscious economic and social forces were compelling the change. Adam Smith expressed the process, named it, idealized it, and made it self-conscious. Then, because men were clearer about what they were doing, they could in a measure direct their destiny. That is but another way of saying that great revolutionary changes do not spring full-armed from anybody's brow. A genius usually becomes the luminous center of a nation's crisis. Men see better by the light of him. His bias deflects their actions. Unquestionably, the doctrine-driven men who made the economics of the last century had much to do with the halo which encircled the smutted head of industrialism. They put the stamp of their genius on certain inhuman practices, and of course it has been the part of the academic mind to imitate them ever since. The orthodox economists are in the unenviable position of having taken their morals from the exploiter and of having translated them into the grandiloquent language of high public policy. They gave capitalism the sanction of the intellect. When later Carlyle and Ruskin battered the economists into silence with invective and irony, they were voicing the dumb protest of the humane people of England. They helped to organize a formless resentment by endowing it with intelligence and will. So it is today. If this nation did not show an unmistakable tendency to put men at the center of politics instead of machinery and things, if there were not evidence to prove that we are turning from the sterile taboo to the creation of finer environments, if the impetus for shaping our destiny were not present in our politics and our life, then essays like these would be so much baying at the moon. fantastic and unworthy pleas for some irrelevant paradise. But the gropings are there, vastly confused in the tangled strains of the nation's interests. Clogged by the confusion, half choked by stupid blockades, largely unaware of their own purposes, it is for criticism, organized research, and artistic expression to free and to use these creative energies. They are to be found in the aspirations of labor, among the awakened women, in the development of business, the diffusion of art and science, in the racial mixtures, and many lesser interests which cluster about these greater movements. The desire for a human politics is all about us. It rises to the surface in slogans like "Human rights above property rights," "The man above the dollar." Some measure of its strength is given by the widespread imitation these expressions have compelled. Politicians who haven't the slightest intention of putting men above the dollar, who if they had wouldn't know how, take off their hats to the sentiment because it seems a key to popular enthusiasm. It must be bewildering to men brought up, let us say, in the Hanna school of politics. For here is this nation which 16 years ago vibrated ecstatically to that magic word, prosperity. Today statistical rhetoric about size induces little but excessive boredom. If you wish to drive an audience out of the hall, tell it how rich America is. If you wish to stamp yourself an echo of the past, talk to us young men about the Republican Party's understanding with God in respect to bumper crops. But talk to us about human rights, and though you'll talk rubbish, we'll listen. For our desire is bent that way, and anything which has the flavor of this new interest will rivet our attention. We are still uncritical. It is only a few years since we began to center our politics upon human beings. We have no training in that kind of thought. Our schools and colleges have helped us hardly at all. We still talk about humanity as if it were some strange and mystical creature which could not possibly be composed of the grocer, the streetcar conductor, and our aunts. That the opinion-making people of America are more interested in human welfare than in empire or abstract prosperity is an item that no statesman can disregard in his thinking. Today it is no longer necessary to run against the grain of the deepest movements of our time. There is an ascendant feeling among the people that all achievement should be measured in human happiness. This feeling has not always existed. Historians tell us that the very idea of progress in well-being is not much older than, say, Shakespeare's plays. As a general belief, it is still more recent. The 19th century may perhaps be said to mark its popularization. But as a fact of immediate politics, as a touchstone applied quickly to all the acts of statecraft in America, it belongs to the 20th century. There were any number of people who long before 1900 saw that dollars and men could clash. But their insight had not won any general acceptance. It is only within the last few years that the human test has ceased to be the property of a small group and become the convention of a large majority. A study of magazines and newspapers would confirm this rather broad generalization. It would show, I believe, how the whole quality of our most impromptu thinking is being influenced by human values. The statesman must look to this largely unorganized drift of desire. He will find it clustering about certain big revolts, the unrest of women, for example, or the increasing demands of industrial workers. Rightly understood, these social currents would, I believe, lead to the central issues of life, the vital points upon which happiness depends. They come out of necessities. They express desire. They are power. Thus feminism, arising out of a crisis in sexual conditions, has liberated energies that are themselves the motors of any reform. In England and America, voting has become the symbol of an aspiration as yet half-conscious and undefined. What women want is surely something a great deal deeper than the privilege of taking part in elections. They are looking for a readjustment of their relations to the home, to work, to children, to men, to the interests of civilized life. The vote has become a convenient peg upon which to hang aspirations that are not at all sure of their own meaning. In no insignificant number of cases, the vote is a cover by which revolutionary demands can be given a conventional front. The ballot is at the utmost a beginning, as far-sighted conservatives have guessed. Certainly the elimination of "male" from the suffrage qualifications will not end the feminist agitation. From the angle of statecraft, the future of the movement may be said to depend upon the wise use of this raw and scattered power. I do not pretend to know in detail how this can be done, but I am certain that the task of leadership is to organize aspiration in the service of the real interests of life. Today women want what? They are ready to want something. That describes fairly the condition of most suffragettes. Those who, like Ellen Key and Olive Schreiner and Mrs. Gilman, give them real problems to think about, are drafting that energy into use. By real problems, I mean problems of love, work, home, children. They are the real interests of feminism because they have produced it. The yearnings of today are the symptoms of needs. They point the course of invention. They are the energies which animate a social program. The most ideally conceived plan of the human mind has only a slight interest if it does not harness these instinctive forces. That is the great lesson which the utopias teach by their failure, that schemes, however nicely arranged, cannot be imposed upon human beings who are interested in other things. What ailed Don Quixote was that he and his contemporaries wanted different things. The only ideals that count are those which express the possible development of an existing force. Reformers must never forget that 3 legs are a quixotic ideal, 2 good legs a genuine one. In actual life, yes, in the moil and toil of propaganda, movements, causes and agitations, the statesman-inventor and the political psychologist find the raw material for their work. It is not the business of the politician to preserve an Olympian indifference to what stupid people call popular whim. Being lofty about the "passing fad" and the ephemeral outcry is all very well in the biographies of dead men, but rank nonsense in the rulers of real ones. Oscar Wilde once remarked that only superficial people disliked the superficial. Nothing, for example, could on the surface be more trivial than an interest in baseball scores. Yet during the campaign of 1912 the excitement was so great that Woodrow Wilson said on the stump that he felt like apologizing to the American people for daring to be a presidential candidate while the Giants and the Red Sox were playing for the championship. Baseball, not so much for those who play it, is a colossal phenomenon in American life. Watch the crowds in front of a bulletin board, finding a vicarious excitement and an abstract relief from the monotony of their own lives. What a second-hand civilization it is that grows passionate over a scoreboard with little electric lights. What a civilization it is that has learned to enjoy its sport without even seeing it. If ever there was a symptom that this nation needed leisure, and direct participation in games. It is that poor, scrawny substitute for joy, the baseball extra. It is as symptomatic as the labor union. It expresses need, and statesmanship would find an answer. It would not let that passion and loyalty be frittered away to drift like scum through the nation. It would see in it the opportunity of art, play, and religion. So with what looks very different, the syndicalist movement. Perhaps it seems preposterous to discuss baseball and syndicalism in the same paragraph, but that is only because we have not accustomed ourselves to thinking of social events as answers to human needs. The statesman would ask, why are there syndicalists? What are they driving at? What gift to civilization is in the impetus behind them? They are human beings, and they want human things. There is no reason to become terror-stricken about them. They seem to want things badly. Then ostriches disguised as judges cannot deal with them. Anarchism. Men die for that. They undergo intolerable results. They are tarred and feathered and spat upon. Is it possible that Republicans, Democrats, and Socialists clip the wings more than free spirits can allow? Is civilization perhaps too tightly organized? Have the irreconcilables a soul audacious and less blunted than our domesticated ones? To put it mildly, is it ever safe to ignore them entirely in our thinking? We shall come, I think, to a different appraisal of agitations. Our present method is to discuss whether the proposals are right and feasible. We do this hastily and with prejudice. Generally we decide that any agitation foreign to our settled habits is wrong, and we bolster up our satisfaction by pointing to some mistake of logic or some puerility of statement. That done, we feel the agitation is deplorable and can be ignored unless it becomes so obstreperous that we have to put it in jail. But a genuine statecraft would go deeper. It would know that even God has been defended with nonsense. So it could be sympathetic to agitations. I use the word sympathetic literally, for it would try to understand the inner feeling which had generated what looks like a silly demand. Today it is as if a hungry man asked for an indigestible food, and we let him go hungry because he was unwise. He isn't any the less hungry because he asks for the wrong food. So with agitations. Their specific plans may be silly, but their demands are real. The hungers and lusts of mankind have produced some stupendous follies, but the desires themselves are no less real and insistent. The important thing about a social movement is not its stated platform, but the source from which it flows. The task of politics is to understand those deeper demands and to find civilized satisfactions for them. The meaning of this is that the statesman must be more than the leader of a party. Thus the socialist statesman is not complete if he is a good socialist. Only the delusion that his truth is the whole truth, his party the human race, and his program a panacea will produce that singleness of vision. The moment a man takes office, he has no right to be the representative of one group alone. He has assumed the burden of harmonizing particular agitations with the general welfare. That is why great agitators should not accept office. Men like Debs understand that. Their business is to make social demands so concrete and pressing that statesmen are forced to deal with them. Agitators who accept government positions are a disappointment to their followers. They can no longer be severely partisan. They have to look at affairs nationally. Now the agitator and the statesman are both needed, but they have different functions, and it is unjust to damn one because he hasn't the virtues of the other. The statesman today needs a large equipment. The man who comes forward to shape a country's policy has truly no end of things to consider. He must be aware of the condition of the people. No statesman must fall into the sincere but thoroughly upper-class blunder that President Taft committed when he advised a 3 months' vacation. Realizing how men and women feel at all levels and at different places, he must speak their discontent and project their hopes. Through this he will get power. Standing upon the prestige which that gives, he must guide and purify the social demands he finds at work. He is the translator of agitations. For this task he must be cleanly sensitive to public opinion and capable of understanding the dynamics of it. Then, in order to fuse it into a civilized achievement, he will require much expert knowledge. Yet he need not be a specialist himself, if only he is expert in choosing experts. It is better indeed that the statesman should have a lay and not a professional view. For the bogs of technical stupidity and empty formalism are always near and always dangerous. The real political genius stands between the actual life of men, their wishes and their needs, and all the windings of official caste and professional snobbery. It is his supreme business to see that the servants of life stay in their place, that government, industry, causes, science, all the creatures of man, do not succeed in their perpetual effort to become the masters. I have Roosevelt in mind. He haunts political thinking. And indeed, why shouldn't he? What reality could there be in comments upon American politics which ignored the colossal phenomenon of Roosevelt? If he is wholly evil, as many say he is, then the American democracy is preponderantly evil. For in the first years of the 20th century, Roosevelt spoke for this nation as few presidents have spoken in our history. And that he has spoken well, who in the perspective of time will deny? Sensitive to the original forces of public opinion, no man has had the same power of rounding up the laggards. Government under him was a throbbing human purpose. He succeeded, where Taft failed, in preventing that drought of invention which officialism brings. Many people say he has tried to be all things to all men, that his speeches are an attempt to corral all sorts of votes. That is a left-handed way of stating a truth. A more generous interpretation would be to say that he had tried to be inclusive, to attach 100 sectional agitations to a national program. Crude. Of course he was crude. He had a hemisphere for his canvas. Inconsistent. Yes, he tried to be the leader of factions at war with one another. A late convert. He is a statesman and not an agitator. His business was to meet demands when they had grown to national proportions. No end of possibilities have slipped through the large meshes of his net. He has said some silly things. He has not been subtle, and he has been far from perfect. But his success should be judged by the size of his task, by the fierceness of his opposition, by the intellectual qualities of the nation he represented. When we remember that he was trained in the Republican politics of Hanna and Platt, that he was the first president who shared a new social vision, then I believe we need offer no apologies for making Mr. Roosevelt stand as the working model for a possible American statesman at the beginning of the 20th century. Critics have often suggested that Roosevelt stole Bryan's clothes. That is perhaps true, and it suggests a comparison which illuminates both men. It would not be unfair to say that it is always the function of the Roosevelts to take from the Bryans. But it is a little silly for an agitator to cry thief when the success of his agitation has led to the adoption of his ideas. It is like the chagrin of the socialists because the National Progressive Party had "stolen 23 planks," and it makes a person wonder whether some agitators haven't an overdeveloped sense of private property. I do not see the statesman in Bryan. He has been something of a voice crying in the wilderness, but a voice that did not understand its own message. Many people talk of him as a prophet. There is a great deal of literal truth in that remark, for it has been the peculiar work of Bryan to express in politics some of that emotion which has made America the home of new religions. What we know as the scientific habit of mind is entirely lacking in his intellectual equipment. There is a vein of mysticism in American life, and Mr. Bryan is its uncritical prophet. His insights are those of the gifted evangelist, often profound and always narrow. It is absurd to debate his sincerity. Mr. Bryan talks with the intoxication of the man who has had a revelation. To skeptics that always seems theatrical. But far from being the scheming hypocrite his enemies say he is, Mr. Bryan is too simple for the task of statesmanship. No bracing critical atmosphere plays about his mind. There are no cleansing doubts and fruitful alternatives. The work of Bryan has been to express a certain feeling of unrest, to embody it in the traditional language of prophecy. But it is a shrewd turn of the American people that has kept him out of office. I say this not in disrespect of his qualities, but in definition of them. Bryan does not happen to have the naturalistic outlook, the complete humanity, or the deliberative habit which modern statecraft requires. He is the voice of a confused emotion. Woodrow Wilson has a talent which is Bryan's chief defect, the scientific habit of holding facts in solution. His mind is lucid and flexible, and he has the faculty of taking advice quickly, of stating something he has borrowed with more ease and subtlety than the specialist from whom he got it. Woodrow Wilson's is an elegant and highly refined intellect, nicely balanced and capable of fine adjustment. An urbane civilization produced it, leisure has given it spaciousness, ease has made it generous. A mind without tension, its roots are not in the somewhat barbarous undercurrents of the nation. Woodrow Wilson understands easily, but he does not incarnate. He has never been a part of the protest he speaks. You think of him as a good counselor, as an excellent presiding officer. Whether his imagination is fibrous enough to catch the inwardness of the mutterings of our age is something experience alone can show. Wilson has a class feeling in the least offensive sense of that term. He likes a world of gentlemen. Occasionally he has exhibited a rather amateurish effort to be grimy and shirt-sleeved, but without much success. His contact with American life is not direct, and so he is capable of purely theoretical affirmations. Like all essentially contemplative men, the world has to be reflected in the medium of his intellect before he can grapple with it. Yet Wilson belongs among the statesmen, and it is fine that he should be in public life. The weakness I have suggested is one that all statesmen share in some degree, an inability to interpret adequately the world they govern. This is a difficulty which is common to conservative and radical, and if I have used 3 living men to illustrate the problem, it is only because they seem to illuminate it. They have faced the task and we can take their measurement. It is no part of my purpose to make any judgment as to the value of particular policies they have advocated. I am attempting to suggest some of the essentials of a statesman's equipment for the work of a humanly centered politics. Roosevelt has seemed to me the most effective, the most nearly complete. Bryan I have ventured to class with the men who, though important to politics, should never hold high executive office. Wilson, less complete than Roosevelt, is worthy of our deepest interest because his judgment is subtle, where Roosevelt's is crude. He is a foretaste of a more advanced statesmanship. Because he is self-conscious, Wilson has been able to see the problem that any finely adapted statecraft must meet. It is a problem that would hardly occur to an old-fashioned politician. Though he, the statesman, cannot himself keep the life of the nation as a whole in his mind, he can at least make sure that he is taking counsel with those who know. It is not important that Wilson, in stating the difficulty, should put it as if he had in a measure solved it. He hasn't, because taking counsel is a means to understanding the nation as a whole, and that understanding remains almost as arduous and requires just as fibrous an imagination if it is gleaned from advisers. To think of the whole nation! Surely the task of statesmanship is more difficult today than ever before in history. In the face of a clotted intricacy in the subject matter of politics, improvements in knowledge seem meager indeed. The distance between what we know and what we need to know appears to be greater than ever. Plato and Aristotle thought in terms of 10,000 homogeneous villagers. We have to think in terms of 100 million people of all races and all traditions, crossbred and inbred, subject to climates they have never lived in before, plumped down on a continent in the midst of a strange civilization. We have to deal with all grades of life, from the frontier to the metropolis, with men who differ in sense of fact, in ideal, in the very groundwork of morals. And we have to take into account not the simple opposition of two classes, but the hostility of many, the farmers and the factory workers and all the castes within their ranks, the small merchants, and the feudal organization of business. Ours is a problem in which deception has become organized and strong, where truth is poisoned at its source, one in which the skill of the shrewdest brains is devoted to misleading a bewildered people. Nor can we keep to the problem within our borders. Whether we wish it or not, we are involved in the world's problems, and all the winds of heaven blow through our land. It is a great question whether our intellects can grasp the subject. Are we perhaps like a child whose hand is too small to span an octave on the piano? Not only are the facts inhumanly complicated, but the natural ideals of people are so varied and contradictory that action halts in despair. We are putting a tremendous strain upon the mind, and the results are all about us. Everyone has known the neutral thinkers who stand forever undecided before the complications of life, who have, as it were, caught a glimpse of the possibilities of knowledge. The sight has paralyzed them. Unless they can act with certainty, they dare not act at all. That is merely one of the temptations of theory. In the real world, action and thought are so closely related that one cannot wait upon the other. We cannot wait in politics for any completed theoretical discussion of its method. It is a monstrous demand. There is no pausing until political psychology is more certain. We have to act on what we believe, on half-knowledge, illusion, and error. Experience itself will reveal our mistakes. Research and criticism may convert them into wisdom. But act we must, and act as if we knew the nature of man and proposed to satisfy his needs. In other words, we must put man at the center of politics, even though we are densely ignorant both of man and of politics. This has always been the method of great political thinkers, from Plato to Bentham. But one difference we in this age must note: they made their political man a dogma. We must leave him an hypothesis. That is to say that our task is to temper speculation with scientific humility. A paradox there is here, but a paradox of language and not of fact. Men made bridges before there was a science of bridge building. They cured disease before they knew medicine. Art came before aesthetics, and righteousness before ethics. Conduct and theory react upon each other. Hypothesis is confirmed and modified by action, and action is guided by hypothesis. If it is a paradox to ask for a human politics before we understand humanity or politics, it is what Mr. Chesterton describes as one of those paradoxes that sit beside the wells of truth. We make our picture of man, knowing that though it is crude and unjust, we have to work with it. If we are wise, we shall become experimental towards life, then every mistake will contribute towards knowledge. Let the exploration of human need and desire become a deliberate purpose of statecraft, and there is no present measure of its possibilities. In this work there are many guides. A vague common tradition is in the air about us. It expresses itself in journalism, in cheap novels, in the uncritical theater. Every merchant has his stock of assumptions about the mental habits of his customers and competitors, the prostitute hers, the newspaper man his. P.T. Barnum had a few, the vaudeville stage has a number. We test these notions by their results, and even "practical people" find that there is more variety in human nature than they had supposed. We forge gradually our greatest instrument for understanding the world: introspection. We discover that humanity may resemble us very considerably, that the best way of knowing the inwardness of our neighbors is to know ourselves. For, after all, the only experience we really understand is our own, and that, in the least of us, is so rich that no one has yet exhausted its possibilities. It has been said that every genuine character an artist produces is one of the characters he might have been. By recreating our own suppressed possibilities, we multiply the number of lives that we can really know. That, as I understand it, is the psychology of the Golden Rule. For note that Jesus did not set up some external fetish. He did not say, "Make your neighbor righteous, or chaste, or respectable." He said, "Do as you would be done by." Assume that you and he are alike, and you can found morals on humanity. But experience has enlarged our knowledge of differences. We realize now that our neighbor is not always like ourselves. Knowing how unjust other people's inferences are when they concern us, we have begun to guess that ours may be unjust to them. Any uniformity of conduct becomes at once an impossible ideal, and the willingness to live and let live assumes high place among the virtues. A puzzled wisdom remarks that it takes all sorts of people to make a world, and half protestingly men accept Bernard Shaw's amendment: "Do not do unto others as you would that they should do unto you. Their tastes may not be the same." We learn perhaps that there is no contradiction in speaking of human nature while admitting that men are unique. For all deepening of our knowledge gives a greater sense of common likeness and individual variation. It is folly to ignore either insight, but it is done constantly with no end of confusion as a result. Some men have got themselves into a state where the only view that interests them is the common humanity of us all. Their world is not populated by men and women, but by a unity that is permanent. You might as well refuse to see any differences between steam, water, and ice, because they have common elements. and I have seen some of these people trying to skate on steam. Their brothers, blind in the other eye, go about the world so sure that each person is entirely unique, that society becomes like a row of packing cases, each painted on the inside, and each containing one ego and its own. Art enlarges experience by admitting us to the inner life of others. That is not the only use of art, for its function is surely greater and more ultimate than to furnish us with a better knowledge of human nature. Nor is that its only use even to statecraft. I suggested earlier that art enters politics as a moral equivalent for evil, a medium by which barbarous lusts find civilized expression. It is, too, an ideal for labor. But my purpose here is not to attempt any adequate description of the services of art. It is enough to note that literature in particular elaborates our insight into human life, and therefore enables us to center our institutions more truly. Ibsen discovers a soul in Nora. The discovery is absorbed into the common knowledge of the age. Other Noras discover their own souls. The Helmers all about us begin to see the person in the doll. Plays and novels have indeed an overwhelming political importance, as the moderns have maintained. But it lies not in the preaching of a doctrine or the insistence on some particular change in conduct. That is a shallow and wasteful use of the resources of art. For art can open up the springs from which conduct flows. Its genuine influence is on what Wells calls the hinterland, in a quickening of the sense of life. Art can really penetrate where most of us can only observe. "I look and I think I see," writes Bergson. "I listen and I think I hear. I examine myself and I think I am reading the very depths of my heart. But my senses and my consciousness give me no more than a practical simplification of reality. In short, we do not see the actual things themselves. In most cases we confine ourselves to reading the labels affixed to them." Unquote. Who has not known this in thinking of politics? We talk of poverty and forget poor people. We make rules for vagrancy. We forget the vagrant. Some of our best intentioned political schemes, like reform colonies and scientific jails, turn out to be inhuman tyrannies just because our imagination does not penetrate the sociological label. We move amidst generalities and symbols. We live in a zone midway between things and ourselves, external to things, external also to ourselves. This is what works of art help to correct. Behind the commonplace, conventional expression that both reveals and conceals an individual mental state, it is the emotion, the original mood to which they attain in its undefiled essence. This directness of vision fertilizes thought. Without a strong artistic tradition, the life and so the politics of a nation sink into a barren routine. A country populated by pure logicians and mathematical scientists would, I believe, produce few inventions. For creation, even of scientific truth, is no automatic product of logical thought or scientific method, and it has been well said that the greatest discoveries in science are brilliant guesses on insufficient evidence. A nation must, so to speak, live close to its own life, be intimate and sympathetic with natural events. That is what gives understanding, and justifies the observation that the intuitions of scientific discovery and the artist's perceptions are closely related. It is perhaps not altogether without significance for us that primitive science and poetry were indistinguishable. Nor is it strange that latter-day research should confirm so many sayings of the poets. In all great ages art and science have enriched each other. It is only eccentric poets and narrow specialists who lock the doors. The human spirit doesn't grow in sections. I shall not press the point, for it would lead us far afield. It is enough that we remember the close alliance of art, science, and politics, in Athens, in Florence, and Venice at their zenith. We in America have divorced them completely. Both art and politics exist in a condition of unnatural celibacy. Is this not a contributing factor to the futility and opacity of our political thinking? We have handed over the government of a nation of people to a set of lawyers, to a class of men who deal in the most verbal and unreal of all human attainments. A lively artistic tradition is essential to the humanizing of politics. It is the soil in which invention flourishes and the organized knowledge of science attains its greatest reality. Let me illustrate from another field of interests. The religious investigations of William James were a study, not of ecclesiastical institutions or the history of creeds. They were concerned with religious experience, of which churches and rituals are nothing but the external satisfaction. As Graham Wallas is endeavoring to make human nature the center of politics, so James made it the center of religions. It was a work of genius, yet no one would claim that it is a mature psychology of the varieties of religious experience. It is rather a survey and a description, done with the eye of an artist and the method of a scientist. We know from it more of what religious feeling is like, even though we remain ignorant of its sources. And this intimacy humanizes religious controversy and brings ecclesiasticism back to men. Like most of James' psychology, it opens up investigation instead of concluding it. In the light even of our present knowledge, we can see how primitive his treatment was. But James's services cannot be overestimated. If he did not lay even the foundations of a science, he did lay some of the foundations for research. It was an immense illumination and a warming of interest. It threw open the gates to the whole landscape of possibilities. It was a ventilation of thought. Something similar will have to be done for political psychology. We know how far off is the profound and precise knowledge we desire. But we know too that we have a right to hope for an increasing acquaintance with the varieties of political experience. It would, of course, be drawn from biography, from the human aspect of history and daily observation. We should begin to know what it is that we ought to know. Such a work would be stimulating to politician and psychologist. The statesman's imagination would be guided and organized. It would give him a starting point for his own understanding of human beings in politics. To the scientists it would be a challenge to bring these facts under the light of their researches, to extend these researches to the borders of those facts. The statesman has another way of strengthening his grip upon the complexity of life. Statistics help. This method is neither so conclusive as the devotees say, nor so bad as the people who are awed by it would like to believe. Voting, as Gabriel Tarde points out, is our most conspicuous use of statistics. Mystical Democrats believe that an election expresses the will of the people, and that the will is wise. Mystical Democrats are rare. Looked at closely, an election shows the quantitative division of the people on several alternatives. That choice is not necessarily wise, but it is wise to heed that choice. For it is a rough estimate of an important part of the community's sentiment, and no statecraft can succeed that violates it. It is often immensely suggestive of what a large number of people are in the future going to wish. Democracy, because it registers popular feeling, is at least trying to build truly, and is for that reason an enlightened form of government. So we who are democrats need not believe that the people are necessarily right in their choice. Some of us are always in the minority, and not a little proud of the distinction. Voting does not extract wisdom from multitudes. Its real value is to furnish wisdom about multitudes. Our faith in democracy has this very solid foundation, that no leader's wisdom can be applied unless the democracy comes to approve of it. To govern a democracy you have to educate it. That contact with great masses of men reciprocates by educating the leader. The consent of the governed is more than a safeguard against ignorant tyrants. It is an insurance against benevolent despots as well. In a rough way, and with many exceptions, democracy compels law to approximate human need. It is a little difficult to see this when you live right in the midst of one. But in perspective there can be little question that of all governments, democracy is the most relevant. Only humane laws can be successfully enforced, and they are the only ones really worth enforcing. Voting is a formal method of registering consent. But all statistical devices are open to abuse and require constant correction. Bribery, false counting, disenfranchisement are the cruder deceptions. They correspond to those enrollment statistics of a large university, which are artificially fed by counting the same student several times if his courses happen to span 2 or 3 of the departments. Just as deceptive as plain fraud is the deceptive ballot. We all know how when the political tricksters were compelled to frame a direct primary law in New York, they fixed the ballot so that it botched the election. Corporations have been known to do just that to their reports. Did not E. H. Harriman say of a well-known statistician that he could make an annual report tell any story you pleased? Still subtler is the 7-foot ballot of stupid good intentions, the hyper-democratic ballot in which you are asked to vote for the state printer, and succeed only in voting under the party emblem. Statistics, then, is no automatic device for measuring facts. You and I are forever at the mercy of the census taker and the census maker. That impertinent fellow who goes from house to house is one of the real masters of the statistical situation. The other is the man who organizes the results. For all the conclusions in the end rest upon their accuracy, honesty, energy, and insight. Of course, in an obvious census like that of the number of people, personal bias counts for so little that it is lost in the grand total. But the moment you begin inquiries into subjects which people prefer to conceal, the weakness of statistics becomes obvious. All figures which touch upon sexual subjects are nothing but the roughest guesses. No one could take a census of prostitution, illegitimacy, adultery, or venereal disease for a statement of reliable facts. There are religious statistics, but who that has traveled among men would regard the number of professing Christians as any index of the strength of Christianity, or the church attendance as a measure of devotion? In the supremely important subject of literacy, what classification yet devised can weigh the culture of masses of people? We say that such a percentage of the population cannot read or write, but the test of reading and writing is crude and clumsy. It is often administered by men who are themselves half-educated, and it is shot through with racial and class prejudice. The statistical method is of use only to those who have found it out. This is achieved principally by absorbing into your thinking a lively doubt about all classifications and general terms, for they are the basis of statistical measurement. That done, you are fairly proof against seduction. No better popular statement of this is to be found than H. G. Wells' little essay, "Skepticism of the Instrument." Wells has, of course, made no new discovery. The history of philosophy is crowded with quarrels as to how seriously we ought to take our classifications. A large part of the battle about nominalism turns on this. The empirical and rational traditions divide on it. In our day the attacks of James, Bergson, and the anti-intellectualists are largely a continuation of this old struggle. Wells takes his stand very definitely with those who regard classification "as serviceable for the practical purposes of life, but nevertheless a departure from the objective truth of things." "Take the word chair," he writes. "When one says chair, one thinks vaguely of an average chair. But collect individual instances, think of armchairs and reading chairs and dining room chairs and kitchen chairs, chairs that pass into benches, chairs that cross the boundary and become settees, dentist chairs, thrones, opera stalls, seats of all sorts, those miraculous fungoid growths that cumber the floor of the Arts and Crafts exhibition, and you will perceive what a lax bundle in fact is this simple straightforward term. In cooperation with an intelligent joiner I would undertake to defeat any definition of chair or chairishness that you gave me." Then think of the glib way in which we speak of the unemployed, the unfit, the criminal, the unemployable, and how easily we forget that behind these general terms are unique individuals with personal histories and varying needs. Even the most refined statistics are nothing but an abstraction. But if that truth is held clearly before the mind, the polygons and curves of the statisticians can be used as a skeleton to which the imagination and our general sense of life give some flesh and blood reality. Human statistics are illuminating to those who know humanity. I would not trust a hermit's inferences about the statistics of anything. It is then no simple formula which answers our question. The problem of a human politics is not solved by a catch phrase. Criticism, of which these essays are a piece, can give the direction we must travel. But for the rest there is no smooth road built, no swift and sure conveyance at the door. We set out as if we knew. We act on the notions of man that we possess. Literature refines, science deepens, various devices extend it. Those who act on the knowledge at hand are the men of affairs, and all the while research studies their results. Artists express subtler perceptions. Critics refine and adapt the general culture of the times. There is no other way but through this vast collaboration. There is no shortcut to civilization. We say that the truth will make us free. Yes, but that truth is 1,000 truths which grow and change. Nor do I see a final state of blessedness. The world's end will surely find us still engaged in answering riddles. This changing focus in politics is a tendency at work all through our lives. There are many experiments, but the effort is half conscious. Only here and there does it rise to a deliberate purpose. To make it an avowed ideal, a thing of will and intelligence, is to hasten its coming, to illumine its blunders, and by giving it self-criticism, to convert mistakes into wisdom. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Well-meaning but unmeaning. The Chicago Vice Report. In casting about for a concrete example to illustrate some of the points under discussion, I hesitated a long time before the wealth of material. No age has produced such a multitude of elaborate studies, and any selection was, of course, a limiting one. The Minority Report of the English Poor Law Commission has striking merits and defects, but for our purposes it inheres too deeply in British conditions. American tariff and trust investigations are massive enough in all conscience, but they are so partisan in their origin and so pathetically unattached to any recognized ideal of public policy that it seemed better to look elsewhere. Conservation had the virtue of arising out of a provident statesmanship, but its problems were largely technical. The real choice narrowed itself finally to the Pittsburgh Survey and the Chicago Vice Report. Had I been looking for an example of the finest expert inquiry, there would have been little question that the vivid and intensive study of Pittsburgh's industrialism was the example to use. But I was looking for something more representative, and therefore more revealing. I did not want a detached study of some specially selected cross-section of what is, after all, not the typical economic life of America. The case demanded was one in which you could see representative American citizens trying to handle a problem which had touched their imaginations. Vice is such a problem. You can always get a hearing about it. There is no end of interest in the question. Rare indeed is that community which has not been "lexoed," in which a district attorney or a minister has not led a crusade. Muckraking began with the exposure of vice. Men like Heaney, Lindsay, Folk founded their reputations on the fight against it. It would be interesting to know how much of the social conscience of our time had as its first insight the prostitute on the city pavement. We do not have to force an interest, as we do about trusts, or even about the poor. For this problem lies close indeed to the dynamics of our own natures. Research is stimulated, actively aroused, and a passionate zeal suffuses what is perhaps the most spontaneous reform enthusiasm of our time. Looked at externally, it is a curious focusing of attention. Nor is it explained by words like chivalry, conscience, social compassion. Magazines that will condone 1,000 cruelties to women gladly publish series of articles on the girl who goes wrong. Merchants who sweat and rack their women employees serve gallantly on these commissions. These men are not conscious hypocrites. Perhaps, like the rest of us, they are impelled by forces they are not eager to examine. I do not press the point. It belongs to the analyst of motive. We need only note the vast interest in the subject, that it extends across class lines and expresses itself as an immense goodwill. Perhaps a largely unconscious absorption in a subject is itself a sign of great importance. Surely vice has 1,000 implications that touch all of us directly. It is closely related to most of the interests of life, ramifying into industry, into the family, health, play, art, religion. The miseries it entails are genuine miseries, not points of etiquette or infringements of convention. Vice issues in pain. The world suffers for it. To attack it is to attack as far-reaching and real a problem as any that we human beings face. The Chicago Commission had no simple, easily measured problem before it. At the very outset the report confesses that an accurate count of the number of prostitutes in Chicago could not be reached. The police lists are obviously incomplete, and perhaps corrupt. The whole amorphous field of clandestine vice will, of course, defeat any census, but even public prostitution is so varied that nobody can do better than estimate it roughly. This point is worth keeping in mind, for it lights up the remedies proposed. what the Commission advocates is the constant repression and the ultimate annihilation of a mode of life which refuses discovery and measurement. The report estimates that there are 5,000 women in Chicago who devote their whole time to the traffic, that the annual profits in that one city alone are between $15 and $16 million a year. These figures are admittedly low, for they leave out all consideration of occasional, or seasonal, or hidden prostitution. It is only the nucleus that can be guessed at. The fringe, which shades out into various degrees of respectability, remains entirely unmeasured. Yet these suburbs of the Tenderloin must always be kept in mind. Their population is shifting and very elastic. It includes the unsuspected, and I am inclined to believe that it is the natural refuge of the suppressed prostitute. Moreover, it defies control. The 1,012 women recognized on the police lists are of course the most easily studied. From them we can gather some hint of the enormous bewildering demand that prostitution answers. The Commission informs us that this small group alone receives over 15,000 visits a day, 5.5 million in the year. Yet these 1,012 women are only about 1/5 of the professional prostitutes in Chicago. If the average continues, then the figures mount to something over 27 million. The 5,000 professionals do not begin to represent the whole illicit traffic of a city like Chicago. Clandestine and occasional vice is beyond all measurement. The figures I have given are taken from the report. They are said to be conservative. For the purposes of this discussion we could well lower the 27 million by half. All I am concerned about is in the arriving at a sense of the enormity of the impulse behind the social evil. For it is this that the Commission proposes to repress, and ultimately to annihilate. Lust has 1,000 avenues: the brothel, the flat, the assignation house, the tenement, saloons, dance halls, steamers, ice cream parlors, Turkish baths, massage parlors, street walking. The thing has woven itself into the texture of city life. Like the hydra, it grows new heads everywhere. It draws into its service the pleasures of the city, entangled with the love of gaiety, organized as commerce. It is literally impossible to follow the myriad expressions it assumes. The Commission gives a very fair picture of these manifestations. A mass of material is offered which does, in a way, show where and how and to what extent lust finds its illicit expression. Deeper than this the report does not go. The human impulses which create these social conditions, the human needs to which they are a sad and degraded answer, this human center of the problem, the Commission passes by with a platitude. "So long as there is lust in the hearts of men," we are told, "it will seek out some method of expression. Until the hearts of men are changed, we can hope for no absolute annihilation of the social evil." But at the head of the report, in black-faced type, we read, "Constant and persistent repression of prostitution, the immediate method. Absolute annihilation, the ultimate ideal." I am not trying to catch the commissioners in a verbal inconsistency. The inconsistency is real, out of a deep-seated confusion of mind. Lust will seek an expression, they say, until "the hearts of men are changed." All particular expressions are evil and must be constantly repressed. Yet though you repress one form of lust, it will seek some other. Now, says the Commission, in order to change the hearts of men, religion and education must step in. It is their business to eradicate an impulse which is constantly changing form by being suppressed. There is only one meaning in this. The Commission realized vaguely that repression is not even the first step to a cure. For reasons worth analyzing later, these representative American citizens desired both the immediate taboo and an ultimate annihilation of vice. So they fell into the confusion of making immediate and detailed proposals that have nothing to do with the attainment of their ideal. What the Commission saw and described were the particular forms which a great human impulse had assumed at a specific date in a certain city. The dynamic force which created these conditions, which will continue to create them, lust, they refer to in a few pious sentences. Their thinking, in short, is perfectly static and literally superficial. In outlining a ripple, they have forgotten the tides. Had they faced the human sources of their problem, had they tried to think of the social evil as an answer to a human need, their researches would have been different, their remedies fruitful. Suppose they had kept in mind their own statement: so long as there is lust in the hearts of men, it will seek out some method of expression. Had they held fast to that, it would have ceased to be a platitude and have become a fertile idea. For a platitude is generally inert wisdom. In the sentence I quote, the commissioners had an idea which might have animated all their labors. But they left it in limbo, they reverenced it, and they passed it by. Perhaps we can raise it again and follow the hints it unfolds. If lust will seek an expression, are all expressions of it necessarily evil? That the kind of expression which the Commission describes is evil no one will deny. But is it the only possible expression? If it is, then the taboo enforced by a morals police is, perhaps, as good a way as any of gaining a fictitious sense of activity. But the ideal of annihilation becomes an irrelevant and meaningless phrase. If lust is deeply rooted in men, and its only expression is evil, I for one should recommend a faith in the millennium. You can put this paradise at the beginning of the world or the end of it. Practical difference there is none. No one can read the report without coming to a definite conviction that the Commission regards lust itself as inherently evil. The members assumed without criticism the traditional dogma of Christianity that sex in any manifestation outside of marriage is sinful. But practical sense told them that sex cannot be confined within marriage. It will find expression, some method of expression, they say. What never occurred to them was that it might find a good, a positively beneficent method. The utterly uncriticized assumption that all expressions not legalized are sinful shut them off from any constructive answer to their problem. Seeing prostitution or something equally bad as the only way sex can find an expression, they really set before religion and education the impossible task of removing lust from the hearts of men. So when their report puts at its head that absolute annihilation of prostitution is the ultimate ideal, we may well translate it into the real intent of the Commission. What is to be absolutely annihilated is not alone prostitution, not alone all the methods of expression which lust seeks out, but lust itself. That this is what the Commission has in mind is supported by plenty of internal evidence. For example, one of the most curious recommendations made is about divorce. Quote, "The Commission condemns the ease with which divorces may be obtained in certain states, and recommends a stringent, uniform divorce law for all states." Unquote. What did the Commission have in mind? I transcribe the paragraph which deals with divorce. "The Vice Commission, after exhaustive consideration of the vice question, records itself of the opinion that divorce to a large extent is a contributory factor to sexual vice. No study of this blight upon the social and moral life of the country would be comprehensive without consideration of the causes which lead to the application for divorce. These are too numerous to mention at length in such a report as this, but the Commission does wish to emphasize the great need of more safeguards against the marrying of persons physically, mentally, and morally unfit to take up the responsibilities of family life, including the bearing of children." Now, to be sure, that paragraph leaves much to be desired so far as clearness goes, but I think the meaning can be extracted. Divorce is a contributory factor to sexual vice. One way, presumably, is that divorced women often become prostitutes. That is an evil contribution, unquestionably. The second sentence says that no study of the social evil is complete, which leaves out the causes of divorce. One of those causes is, I suppose, adultery with a prostitute. This evil is totally different from the first. In one case, divorce contributes to prostitution. In the other, prostitution leads to divorce. The third sentence urges greater safeguards against undesirable marriages. This prudence would obviously reduce the need of divorce. How does the recommendation of a stringent and uniform law fit in with these three statements? A strict divorce law might be like New York's. It would recognize few grounds for a decree. One of those grounds, perhaps the chief one, would be adultery. I say this unhesitatingly, for in another place the Commission informs us that marriage has in it the elements of vested rights. A strict divorce law would, of course, diminish the number of divorced women, and perhaps keep them out of prostitution. It does fit the first statement, in a helpless sort of way. But where does the difficulty of divorce affect the causes of it? If you bind a man tightly to a woman he does not love, and possibly prevent him from marrying one he does love, how do you add to his virtue? And if the only way he can free himself is by adultery, does not your stringent divorce law put a premium upon vice? The third sentence would make it difficult for the unfit to marry. Better marriages would, among other blessings, require fewer divorces. But what of those who are forbidden to marry? They are unprovided for. And yet who more than they are likely to find desire uncontrollable and seek some other method of expression? With marriage prohibited and prostitution tabooed, the Commission has a choice between sterilization and, let us say, other methods of expression. Make marriage difficult, divorce stringent, prostitution impossible. Is there any doubt that the leading idea is to confine the sex impulse within the marriage of healthy, intelligent, moral, and monogamous couples? For all the other seekings of that impulse, what has the Commission to offer? Nothing. That can be asserted flatly. The Commission hopes to wipe out prostitution, but it never hints that the success of its plan means vast alterations in our social life. The members give the impression that they think of prostitution as something that can be subtracted from our civilization without changing the essential character of its institutions. Yet who that has read the report itself and put himself into any imaginative understanding of conditions can escape seeing that prostitution today is organic to our industrial life, our marriage sanctions, and our social customs? Low wages, fatigue, and the wretched monotony of the factory, these must go before prostitution can go. And behind these stand the facts of woman's entrance into industry, facts that have one source at least in the general poverty of the family. And that poverty is deeply bound up with the economic system under which we live. In the man's problem, the growing impossibility of early marriages is directly related to the business situation. Nor can we speak of the degradation of religion and the arts, of amusement, of the general morale of the people, without referring that degradation to industrial conditions. You cannot look at civilization as a row of institutions each external to the other. They interpenetrate, and a change in one affects all the others. To abolish prostitution would involve a radical alteration of society. Vice in our cities is a form of the sexual impulse, one of the forms it has taken under prevailing social conditions. It is, if you please, like the crops of a rude and forbidding soil, a coarse, distorted thing, though living. The Commission studied a human problem and left humanity out. I do not mean that the members weren't deeply touched by the misery of these thousands of women. You can pity the poor without understanding them. You can have compassion without insight. The commissioners had a good deal of sympathy for the prostitute's condition, but for that lust in the hearts of men, and women we may add, for that they had no sympathetic understanding. They did not place themselves within the impulse. Officially they remained external to human desires. For what might be called the élan vital of the problem, they had no patience. Certain sad results of the particular method of expression it had sought out in Chicago called forth their pity and their horror. In short, the Commission did not face the sexual impulse squarely. The report is an attempt to deal with the sexual problem by disregarding its source. There are almost 100 recommendations to various authorities, federal, state, county, city, police, educational, and others. I have attempted to classify these proposals under 4 headings. There are those which mean forcible repression of particular manifestations, the taboos. There are the recommendations which are purely palliative, which aim to abate some of the horrors of existing conditions. There are a few suggestions for further investigation. And finally there are the inventions, the plans which show some desire to find moral equivalents for evil, the really statesmanlike offerings. The palliative measures we may pass by quickly. So long as they do not blind people to the necessity for radical treatment, only a doctrinaire would object to them. Like all intelligent charities, they are still a necessary evil, but nothing must be staked upon them, so let us turn at once to the constructive suggestions. The Commission proposes that the county establish a permanent committee on child protection. It makes no attempt to say what that protection shall be, but I think it is only fair to let the wish father the thought, and regard this as an effort to give children a better start in life. The separation of delinquent from semi-delinquent girls is a somewhat similar attempt to guard the weak. Another is the recommendation to the city and the nation that it should protect arriving immigrants, and if necessary, escort them to their homes. This surely is a constructive plan which might well be enlarged from mere protection to positive hospitality. How great a part the desolating loneliness of a city plays in seductions, the individual histories in the report show. Municipal dance halls are a splendid proposal. Freed from a cold and over-chaperoned respectability, they compete with the devil. There, at least, is one method of sexual expression which may have positively beneficent results. A municipal lodging house for women is something of a substitute for the wretched rented room. A little suggestion to the police that they send home children found on the streets after 9 o'clock, has varied possibilities. But there is the seed of an invention in it which might convert the police from mere agents of repression to kindly helpers in the mazes of a city. The educational proposals are all constructive. The teaching of sex hygiene is guardedly recommended for consideration. That is entirely justified, for no one can quarrel with a set of men for leaving a question open. That girls from 14 to 16 should receive vocational training in continuation schools. That social centers should be established in the public schools, and that the grounds should be open for children. All of these are clearly additions to the positive resource of the community. So is the suggestion that church buildings be used for recreation. The call for greater parental responsibility is, I fear, a rather empty platitude, for it is not reinforced with anything but an ancient fervor. How much of this really seeks to create a fine expression of the sexual impulse? How many of these recommendations see sex as an instinct which can be transmuted and turned into one of the values of life? The dance halls, the social centers, the playgrounds, the reception of strangers, these can become instruments for civilizing sexual need. The educational proposals could become ways of directing it. They could, but will they? Without the habit of mind which sees substitution as the essence of statecraft, without a philosophy which makes the invention of moral equivalence its goal, I for one refuse to see in these recommendations anything more than a haphazard shooting which has accidentally hit the mark. Moreover, I have a deep suspicion that I have tried to read into the proposals more than the Commission intended. Certainly these constructions occupy an insignificant amount of space in the body of the report. On all sides of them is a mass of taboos. No emotional appeal is made for them as there is for the repressions. They stand largely unnoticed, and very much undefined. Poor ghosts of the truth among the gibbets. An inadvertent platitude, that lust will seek an expression, and a few diffident proposals for a finer environment, the need and its satisfaction. Had the Commission seen the relation of these incipient ideas, animated it, and made it the nerve center of the study, a genuine program might have resulted. But the two ideas never met and fertilized each other. Nothing dynamic holds the recommendations together. The mass of them are taboos, an attempt to kill each mosquito and ignore the marsh. The evils of prostitution are seen as a series of episodes, each of which must be clubbed, forbidden, raided, and jailed. There is a special whack for each mosquito. The laws about excursion boats should be enforced. The owners should help to enforce them. There should be more officers with police power on these boats. The sale of liquor to minors should be forbidden. Gambling devices should be suppressed. The midwives, doctors, and maternity hospitals practicing abortions should be investigated. Employment agencies should be watched and investigated. Publishers should be warned against printing suspicious advertisements. The law against infamous crimes should be made more specific. Any citizen should have the right to bring equity proceedings against a brothel as a public nuisance. There should be relentless prosecution of professional procurers. There should be constant prosecution of the keepers, inmates, and owners of bawdy houses. There should be prosecution of druggists who sell drugs and certain appliances illegally. There should be an identification system for prostitutes in the state courts. Instead of fines, prostitutes should be visited with imprisonment or adult probation. There should be a penalty for sending messenger boys under 21 to a disorderly house or an unlicensed saloon. the law against prostitutes in saloons, against wine rooms and stalls in saloons, against communication between saloons and brothels, against dancing in saloons, should be strictly enforced. The police who enforce these laws should be carefully watched, grafters amongst them should be discharged, complaints should be investigated at once by a man stationed outside the district. The pressure of publicity should be brought against the brewers to prevent them from doing business with saloons that violate the law. The Retail Liquor Association should discipline law-breaking saloon keepers. Licenses should be permanently revoked for violations. No women should be allowed in a saloon without a male escort. No professional or paid escorts should be permitted. No soliciting should be allowed in saloons. No immoral or vulgar dances should be permitted in saloons. No intoxicating liquor should be allowed at any public dance. There should be a municipal detention home for women with probation officers. Police inspectors who fail to report law violations should be dismissed. Assignation houses should be suppressed as soon as they are reported. There should be a special morals police squad. Recommendation 9, to the police, says they should wage a relentless warfare against houses of prostitution, immoral flats, assignation rooms, call houses, and disorderly saloons in all sections of the city. Parks and playgrounds should be more thoroughly policed. Dancing pavilions should exclude professional prostitutes. Soliciting in parks should be suppressed. Parks should be lighted with a searchlight. There should be no seats in the shadows. To perform that staggering list of things that, "should," be done, you find what? The police power, federal, state, municipal. Note how vague and general are the chance constructive suggestions, how precise and definite the taboos. Surely I am not misstating its position when I say that forcible suppression was the creed of this commission. Nor is there any need of insisting again that the ultimate ideal of annihilating prostitution has nothing to expect from the concrete proposals that were made. The millennial goal was one thing, the immediate method quite another. For ideals, a pious phrase. In practice, the police. Are we not told that, "if citizens cannot depend upon the men appointed to protect their property and to maintain order, then chaos and disorganization resulting in vice and crime must follow"? Yet of all the reeds that civilization leans upon, surely the police is the frailest. Anyone who has had the smallest experience of municipal politics knows that the corruption of the police is directly proportionate to the severity of the taboos it is asked to enforce. Tom Johnson saw this as mayor of Cleveland. He knew that strict law enforcement against saloons, brothels, and gambling houses would not stop vice, but would corrupt the police. I recommend the recent spectacle in New York, where the most sensational raider of gambling houses has turned out to be in crooked alliance with the gamblers. And I suggest as a hint that the Commission's recommendations enforced for 1 year will lay the foundation of an organized system of blackmail and protection, secrecy, and underground chicanery, the like of which Chicago has not yet seen. But the Commission need only have read its own report, have studied its own cases. There is an illuminating chapter on "The Social Evil and the Police." In the summary, the Commission says that, "officers on the beat are bold and open in their neglect of duty, drinking in saloons while in uniform, ignoring the solicitations by prostitutes in rear rooms and on the streets, selling tickets at dances frequented by professional and semi-professional prostitutes, protecting cadets, prostitutes and saloon keepers of disorderly places." Unquote. Some suspicion that the police could not carry the burden of suppressing the social evil must have dawned on the Commission. It felt the need of reinforcement. Hence the special Morals Police Squad. Hence the investigation of the police of one district by the police from another. And hence, in type as black as that of the ideal itself and directly beneath it, the call for the appointment of a Morals Commission and the establishment of a Morals Court. Now, this commission consists of the health officer, a physician, and 3 citizens who serve without pay. It is appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. Its business is to prosecute vice and to help enforce the law. Just what would happen if the Morals Commission didn't prosecute hard enough, I do not know. Conceivably, the governor might be induced to appoint a commission on moral commissions in cities. But why the men and women who framed the report made this particular recommendation is an interesting question. With federal, state, and municipal authorities in existence, with courts, district attorneys, police all operating, they create another arm of prosecution. Possibly they were somewhat disillusioned about the present instruments of the taboo. Perhaps they imagined that a new broom would sweep clean. But I suspect an inner reason. The commission may have imagined that the 4 appointees, unpaid, would be 4 men like themselves. Who knows, perhaps 4 men from among themselves. The whole tenor of their thinking is to set somebody watching everybody, and somebody else to watching him. What is more natural than that they should be the ultimate watchers? Spying, informing, constant investigations of everybody and everything must become the rule where there is a forcible attempt to moralize society from the top. Nobody's heart is in the work very long. Nobody's but those fanatical and morbid guardians of morality who make it a life's specialty. The aroused public opinion which the Commission asks for cannot be held if all it has to fix upon is an elaborate series of taboos. Sensational disclosures will often make the public flare up spasmodically, but the mass of men is soon bored by intricate rules and tangles of red tape. The crusade is looked upon as a melodrama of real life, interesting but easily forgotten. The method proposed ignores the human source. By a kind of poetic justice, the great crowd of men will ignore the method. If you want to impose a taboo upon the whole community, you must do it autocratically. You must make it part of the prevailing superstitions. You must never let it reach any public analysis. For it will fail. It will receive only a shallow support from what we call an enlightened public opinion. That opinion is largely determined by the real impulses of men, and genuine character rejects or at least rebels against foreign, unnatural impositions. This is one of the great virtues of democracy, that it makes alien laws more and more difficult to enforce. The tyrant can use the taboo 1,000 times more effectively than the citizens of a republic. When he speaks, it is with a prestige that dumbs questioning and makes obedience a habit. Let that infallibility come to be doubted, as in Russia today, and natural impulses reassert themselves. The great impositions begin to weaken. The methods of the Chicago Commission would require a tyranny, a powerful centralized sovereignty, which could command with majesty and silence the rebel. In our shirt-sleeved republic no such power exists. The strongest force we have is that of organized money, and that sovereignty is too closely connected with the social evil, too dependent upon it in 100 different ways, to undertake the task of suppression. For the purposes of the Commission, democracy is an inefficient weapon. Nothing but disappointment is in store for men who expect a people to outrage its own character. A large part of the unfaith in democracy, of the desire to ignore the mob, limit the franchise, and confine power to the few, is the result of an unsuccessful attempt to make republics act like old-fashioned monarchies. Almost every crusade leaves behind it a trail of yearning royalists. Many good government clubs are little would-be oligarchies. When the mass of men emerged from slavish obedience and made democracy inevitable, the taboo entered upon its final illness. For the more self-governing a people becomes, the less possible it is to prescribe external restrictions. The gap between want and ought, between nature and ideals, cannot be maintained. The only practical ideals in a democracy are a fine expression of natural wants. This happens to be a thoroughly Greek attitude, but I learned it first from the Bowery. Chuck Connors is reported to have said that, quote, "a gentleman is a bloke as can do whatever he wants to do," unquote. If Chuck said that, he went straight to the heart of that democratic morality on which a new statecraft must ultimately rest. His gentleman is not the battlefield of wants and prohibitions. In him impulses flow freely through beneficent channels. The same notion lies embedded in the phrase, "government must serve the people." That means a good deal more than that elected officials must rule for the majority. For the majority in these semi-democratic times is often as not a cloak for the ruling oligarchy. Representatives who, quote, "serve," unquote, some majorities may in reality order the nation about. To serve the people means to provide it with services, with clean streets and water, with education, with opportunity, with beneficent channels for its desires, with moral equivalents for evil. The task is turned from the damning and restricting of wants to the creation of fine environments for them. And the environment of an impulse extends all the way from the human body, through family life and education, out into the streets of the city. Had the Commission worked along democratic lines, we should have had recommendations about the hygiene and early training of children, their education, the houses they live in and the streets in which they play. Changes would have been suggested in the industrial conditions they face. Plans would have been drawn for recreation. Hints would have been collected for transmuting the sex impulse into art, into social endeavor, into religion. That is the constructive approach to the problem. I note that the Commission calls upon the churches for help. Its obvious intention was to down sex with religion. What was not realized, it seems, is that this very sex impulse, so largely degraded into vice, is the dynamic force in religious feeling. One need not call in the testimony of the psychologists, the students of religion, the aestheticians, or even of Plato, who in the Symposium traced out the hierarchy of love from the body to the whole sea of beauty. Jane Addams in Chicago has tested the truth by her own wide experience, and she has written what the Commission might easily have read, that, quote, "in failing to diffuse and utilize this fundamental instinct of sex through the imagination, we not only inadvertently foster vice and enervation, but we throw away one of the most precious implements for ministering to life's highest needs." There is no doubt that this ill-adjusted function consumes quite unnecessarily vast stores of vital energy, even when we contemplate it in its immature manifestations, which are infinitely more wholesome than the dumb swamping process. All high school boys and girls know the difference between the concentration and the diffusion of this impulse. although they would be hopelessly bewildered by the use of terms. They will declare one of their companions to be "in love" if his fancy is occupied by the image of a single person about whom all the new-found values gather, and without whom his solitude is an eternal melancholy. But if the stimulus does not appear as a definite image, and the values evoked are dispensed over the world, the young person suddenly seems to have discovered a beauty and significance in many things. He responds to poetry. He becomes a lover of nature. He is filled with religious devotion or a philanthropic zeal. Experience with young people easily illustrates the possibility and value of diffusion." It is then not only impossible to confine sex to mere reproduction, it would be a stupid denial of the finest values of civilization. Having seen that the impulse is a necessary part of character, we must not hold to it grudgingly as a necessary evil. It is, on the contrary, the very source of good. Whoever has visited Hull House can see for himself the earnest effort Miss Addams has made to treat sex with dignity and joy. For Hull House differs from most settlements in that it is full of pictures, of color, and of curios. The atmosphere is light. You feel none of that moral oppression which hangs over the usual settlement as over a gathering of missionaries. Miss Addams has not only made Hull House a beautiful place, she has stocked it with curious and interesting objects. The theater, the museum, the crafts and the arts, games and dances, they are some of those "other methods of expression which lust can seek." It is no accident that Hull House is the most successful settlement in America. Yet who does not feel isolation in that brutal city? A little Athens in a vast barbarism. You wonder how much of Chicago Hull House can civilize. As you walk those grim streets and look into the stifling houses, or picture the relentless stockyards, the conviction that vice and its misery cannot be transmuted by policemen and morals commissions, the feeling that spying and inspecting and prosecuting will not drain the marsh, becomes a certainty. You want to shout at the forcible moralizer, so long as you acquiesce in the degradation of your city, so long as work remains nothing but ill-paid drudgery, and every instinct of joy is mocked by dirt and cheapness and brutality, just so long will your efforts be fruitless. Yes, even though you raid and prosecute, even though you make Comstock the Czar of Chicago. But Hull House cannot remake Chicago. A few hundred lives can be changed, and for the rest it is a guide to the imagination. Like all utopias, it cannot succeed, but it may point the way to success. If Hull House is unable to civilize Chicago, it at least shows Chicago and America what a civilization might be like. Friendly where our cities are friendless, beautiful where they are ugly, sociable and open where our daily life is furtive, work a craft, art a participation. It is in miniature the goal of statesmanship. If Chicago were like Hull House, we say to ourselves, then vice would be no problem. It would dwindle. What was left would be the Falstaff in us all, and only a spiritual anemia could worry over that jolly and redeeming coarseness. What stands between Chicago and civilization? No one can doubt that to abolish prostitution means to abolish the slum and the dirty alley, to stop overwork, underpay, the sweating and the torturing monotony of business, to breathe a new life into education, ventilate society with frankness, and fill life with play and art, with games, with passions which hold and suffuse the imagination. It is a revolutionary task, and like all real revolutions, it will not be done in a day or a decade because someone orders it to be done. A change in the whole quality of life is something that neither the policeman's club nor an insurrectionary raid can achieve. If you want a revolution that shall really matter in human life, and what sane man can help desiring it, you must look to the infinitely complicated results of the dynamic movements in society. These revolutions require a rare combination of personal audacity and social patience. The best agents of such a revolution are men who are bold in their plans because they realize how deep and enormous is the task. Many people have sought an analogy in our Civil War. They have said that as black slavery went, so must white slavery. In the various agitations of vigilance committees and alliances for the suppression of the traffic, they profess to see continued a work which the abolitionists began. In A.M. Simon's brilliant book on Social Forces in American History, much help can be found. For example, Massachusetts abolished slavery at an early date, and we have it on the authority of John Adams that argument might have had some weight in the abolition of slavery in Massachusetts, but the real cause was the multiplication of laboring white people, who would not longer suffer the rich to employ these sable rivals so much to their injury." No one today doubts that white labor in the North and slavery in the South were not due to the moral superiority of the North. Yet just in the North we find the abolition sentiment strongest. That the Civil War was not a clash of good men and bad men is admitted by every reputable historian. The war did not come when moral fervor had risen to the exploding point. The moral fervor came rather when the economic interests of the South collided with those of the North. That the abolitionists clarified the economic interests of the North and gave them an ideal sanction is true enough. But the fact remains that by 1860 some of the aspirations of Phillips and Garrison had become the economic destiny of this country. You can have a Hull House established by private initiative and maintained by individual genius, just as you had planters who freed their slaves, or as you have employers today who humanize their factories. But the fine example is not readily imitated when industrial forces fight against it. So even if the Commission had drawn splendid plans for housing, work conditions, education, and play, it would have done only part of the task of statesmanship. We should then know what to do, but not how to get it done. An ideal suspended in a vacuum is ineffective. It must point a dynamic current. Only then does it gather power, only then does it enter into life. That forces exist today which carry with them solutions is evident to anyone who has watched the labor movement and the woman's awakening. Even the interests of business give power to the cause. The discovery of manufacturers that degradation spoils industrial efficiency must not be cast aside by the radical because the motive is larger profits. The discovery, whatever the motive, will inevitably humanize industry a good deal. For it happens that in this case the interests of capitalism and of humanity coincide. A propaganda like the single tax will undoubtedly find increasing support among businessmen. They see in it a relief from the burden of rent imposed by that older tyrant, the landlord. But the taxation of unimproved property happens at the same time to be a splendid weapon against the slum. Only when the abolition of white slavery becomes part of the social currents of the time will it bear any interesting analogy to the so-called freeing of the slaves. Even then, for many enthusiasts, the comparison is misleading. They are likely to regard the Emancipation Proclamation as the end of chattel slavery. It wasn't. That historic document broke a legal bond, but not a social one. The process of Negro emancipation is infinitely slower, and it is not accomplished yet. Likewise, no statute can end white slavery. Only vast and complicated changes in the whole texture of social life will achieve such an end. If by some magic every taboo of the Commission could be enforced, the abolition of sex slavery would not have come one step nearer to reality. Cities and factories, schools and homes, theaters and games, manners and thought will have to be transformed before sex can find a better expression. Living forces, not statutes or clubs, must work that change. The power of emancipation is in the social movements which alone can effect any deep reform in a nation. So it is and has been with the Negro. I do not think the abolitionists saw facts truly when they disbanded their organization a few years after the Civil War. They found too much comfort in a change of legal status. Profound economic forces brought about the beginning of the end of chattel slavery. But the reality of freedom was not achieved by proclamation. For that the revolution had to go on. The industrial life of the nation had to change its character. Social customs had to be replaced. The whole outlook of men had to be transformed. And whether it is Negro slavery or a vicious sexual bondage, the actual advance comes from substitutions injected into society by dynamic social forces. I do not wish to press the analogy or overemphasize the particular problems. I am not engaged in drawing up the plans for a reconstruction or in telling just what should be done. Only the cooperation of expert minds can do that. The place for a special propaganda is elsewhere. If these essays succeed in suggesting a method of looking at politics, if they draw attention to what is real in social reforms, and make somewhat more evident the traps and the blind alleys of an uncritical approach, they will have done their work. That the report of the Chicago Vice Commission figures so prominently in this chapter is not due to any preoccupation with Chicago, the Commission, or with Vice. It is a text and nothing else. The report happens to embody what I conceive to be most of the faults of a political method now decadent. Its failure to put human impulses at the center of thought produced remedies valueless to human nature. Its false interest in a particular expression of sex, vice, caused it to taboo the civilizing power of sex. Its inability to see that wants require fine satisfactions, and not prohibitions, drove it into an undemocratic tyranny. Its blindness to the social forces of our age shut off the motive power for any reform. The Commission's method was poor, not its intentions. It was an average body of American citizens aroused to action by an obvious evil. But something slipped in to falsify vision. It was, I believe, an array of idols disguised as ideals. They are typical American idols, and they deserve some study. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Preface to Politics by Walter Lippmann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Some Necessary Iconoclasm. The Commission has kept constantly in mind that to offer a contribution of any value, such an offering must be, first, moral, Second, reasonable and practical. Third, possible under the constitutional powers of our courts. Fourth, that which will square with the public conscience of the American people. The Vice Commission of Chicago. Introduction to Report on the Social Evil. Having adjusted such spectacles, the Commission proceeded to look at "this curse which is more blasting than any plague or epidemic, at an evil which spells only ruin to the race." In dealing with what it regards as the greatest calamity in the world, a calamity as old as civilization, the Commission lays it down beforehand that the remedy must be "moral," constitutional, and satisfactory to the public conscience. I wonder in all seriousness what the Commission would have done had it discovered a genuine cure for prostitution which happened, let us say, to conflict with the constitutional powers of our courts. I wonder how the Commission would have acted if a humble following of the facts had led them to a conviction out of tune with the existing public conscience of America. Such a conflict is not only possible, it is highly probable. When you come to think of it, the conflict appears a certainty. For the Constitution is a legal expression of the conditions under which prostitution has flourished. The social evil is rooted in institutions and manners which have promoted it, in property relations and business practice which have gathered about them a halo of reason and practicality, of morality and conscience. Any change so vast as the abolition of vice is of necessity a change in morals, practice, law, and conscience. A scientist who began an investigation by saying that his results must be moral or constitutional would be a joke. We have had scientists like that, men who insisted that research must confirm the biblical theory of creation. We have had economists who set out with the preconceived idea of justifying the factory system. The world has recently begun to see through this kind of intellectual fraud. If a doctor should appear who offered a cure for tuberculosis on the ground that it was justified by the Bible, and that it conformed to the opinions of that great mass of the American people who believe that fresh air is the devil, we should promptly lock up that doctor as a dangerous quack. When the negroes of Kansas were said to be taking pink pills to guard themselves against Halley's Comet, they were doing something which appeared to them as eminently practical and entirely reasonable. Not long ago we read of the savage way in which a leper was treated out West. His leprosy was not regarded as a disease, but as the curse of God, and if I remember correctly, the Bible was quoted in court as an authority on leprosy. The treatment seemed entirely moral and squared very well with the conscience of that community. I have heard reputable physicians condemn a certain method of psychotherapy because it was "immoral." A woman once told me that she had let her son grow up ignorant of his sexual life because "a mother should never mention anything embarrassing to her child." Many of us are still blushing for the way America treated Gorky when it found that Russian morals did not square with the public conscience of America. And the time is not yet past when we punish the offspring of illicit love and visit vengeance unto the third and fourth generations. One reads in the report of the Vice Commission that many public hospitals in Chicago refuse to care for venereal diseases. The examples are endless. They run from the absurd to the monstrous. But always the source is the same. Idols are set up to which all the living must bow. We decide beforehand that things must fit a few preconceived ideas. And when they don't, which is most of the time, we deny truth, falsify facts, and prefer the coddling of our theory to any deeper understanding of the real problem before us. It seems as if a theory were never so active as when the reality behind it has disappeared. The empty name, the ghostly phrase, exercise an authority that is appalling. When you think of the blood that has been shed in the name of Jesus, when you think of the Holy Roman Empire, "neither holy, nor Roman, nor imperial," of the constitutional phrases that cloak all sorts of thievery, of the common law precedents that tyrannize over us, history begins to look almost like the struggle of man to emancipate himself from phrase worship. The devil can quote scripture, and law, and morality, and reason, and practicality. The devil can use the public conscience of his time. He does in wars, in racial and religious persecutions. He did in the Spain of the Inquisition. He does in the American lynching. For there is nothing so bad but it can masquerade as moral. Conquerors have gone forth with the blessing of popes. A nation invokes its God before beginning a campaign of murder, rape, and pillage. The ruthless exploitation of India becomes the civilizing fulfillment of "the white man's burden." Not infrequently the missionary, drummer, and prospector are embodied in one man. In the 19th century church, press, and university devoted no inconsiderable part of their time to proving the high moral and scientific justice of child labor and human sweating. It is a matter of record that chattel slavery in this country was deduced from biblical injunction, that the universities furnished brains for its defense. Surely Bernard Shaw was not describing the Englishmen alone when he said in The Man of Destiny that, "You will never find an Englishman in the wrong. He does everything on principle. He fights you on patriotic principles. He robs you on business principles." Liberty, equality, fraternity. What a grotesque career those words have had. Almost every attempt to mitigate the hardships of industrialism has had to deal with the bogey of liberty. Labor organization, factory laws, health regulations are still fought as infringements of liberty. And in the name of equality, what fantasies of taxation have we not woven? What travesties of justice set up? "The law in its majestic equality," writes Anatole France, "forbids the rich as well as the poor to sleep in the streets and to steal bread." Fraternity becomes the hypocritical slogan by which we refuse to enact what is called class legislation, a policy in which theory denies the existence of classes, in practice legislates in favor of the rich. The laws which go unchallenged are laws friendly to business. Class legislation means working class legislation. You have to go among lawyers to see this idolatrous process in its most perfect form. When a judge sets out to "interpret" the Constitution, what is it that he does? He takes a sentence written by a group of men more than 100 years ago. That sentence expressed their policy about certain conditions which they had to deal with. In it was summed up what they intended to do about the problems they saw. That is all the sentence means. But in the course of a century new problems arise, problems the fathers could no more have foreseen than we can foresee the problems of the year 2000. Yet that sentence which contained their wisdom about particular events has acquired an emotional force which persists long after the events have passed away. Legends gather about the men who wrote it. Those legends are absorbed by us almost with our mother's milk. We never again read that sentence straight. It has a gravity out of all proportion to its use, and we call it a fundamental principle of government. Whatever we want to do is hallowed and justified if it can be made to appear as a deduction from that sentence. To put new wine in old bottles is one of the aims of legal casuistry. Reformers practice it. You hear it said that the initiative and referendum are a return to the New England town meeting. That is supposed to be an argument for direct legislation. But surely the analogy is superficial, the difference profound. The infinitely greater complexity of legislation today, the vast confusion in the aims of the voting population, produce a difference of so great a degree that it amounts to a difference in kind. The naturalist may classify the dog and the fox, the house cat and the tiger together for certain purposes. The historian of political forms may see in the town meeting a forerunner of direct legislation. But no housewife dare classify the cat and the tiger, the dog and the fox, as the same kind of animal, and no statesman can argue the virtues of the referendum from the successes of the town meeting. But the propagandists do it nevertheless, and their propaganda thrives upon it. The reason is simple. The town meeting is an obviously respectable institution, glorified by all the reverence men give to the dead. It has acquired the seal of an admired past, and any proposal that can borrow that seal can borrow that reverence too. A name trails behind it an army of associations. That army will fight in any cause that bears the name. So the reformers of California, the Lorimerites of Chicago, and the Barnes Republicans of Albany all use the name of Lincoln for their political associations. In the struggle that preceded the Republican Convention of 1912, it was rumored that the Taft reactionaries would put forward Lincoln's son as chairman of the convention, in order to counteract Roosevelt's claim that he stood in Lincoln's shoes. Casuistry is nothing but the injection of your own meaning into an old name. At school, when the teacher asked us whether we had studied the lesson, the invariable answer was yes. We had indeed stared at the page for a few minutes, and that could be called studying. Sometimes the headmaster would break into the room just in time to see the conclusion of a scuffle. Jimmy's clothes are white with dust. "Johnny, did you throw chalk at Jimmy?" "No, sir," says Johnny, and then under his breath, to placate God's penchant for truth, "I threw the chalk eraser." Once in Portland, Maine, I ordered iced tea at an hotel. The waitress brought me a glass of yellowish liquid with a 2-inch collar of foam at the top. No tea I had ever seen outside of a Prohibition state looked like that. Though it was tea, it might have been beer. Perhaps if I had smiled or winked in ordering the tea, it would have been beer. The two looked alike in Portland. They were interchangeable. You could drink tea and fool yourself into thinking it was beer. You could drink beer and pass for a tea-toper. It is rare, I think, that the fraud is so genial and so deliberate. The openness cleanses it. Advertising, for example, would be nothing but gigantic and systematic lying if almost everybody didn't know that it was. Yet it runs into the sinister all the time. The pure food agitation is largely an effort to make the label and the contents tell the same story. It was noteworthy that following the discovery of Salvarsan, or 606, by Dr. Ehrlich, the quack doctors began to call their treatments 606. But the deliberate casuistry of lawyers, quacks, or politicians is not so difficult to deal with. The very deliberation makes it easier to detect, for it is generally awkward. What one man can consciously devise, other men can understand. But unconscious casuistry deceives us all. No one escapes it entirely. A wealth of evidence could be adduced to support this from the studies of dreams and fantasies made by the Freudian school of psychologists. They have shown how constantly the mind cloaks up a deep meaning in a shallow incident, how the superficial is all the time being shoved into the light of consciousness in order to conceal a buried intention. How inveterate is our use of symbols. Between ourselves and our real natures, we interpose that wax figure of idealizations and selections which we call our character. We extend this into all our thinking. Between us and the realities of social life, we build up a mass of generalizations, abstract ideas, ancient glories, and personal wishes. They simplify and soften experience. It is so much easier to talk of poverty than to think of the poor, to argue the rights of capital than to see its results. Pretty soon we come to think of the theories and abstract ideas as things in themselves. We worry about their fate and forget their original content. For words, theories, symbols, slogans, abstractions of all kinds are nothing but the porous vessels into which life flows, is contained for a time, and then passes through. But our reverence clings to the vessels. The old meaning may have disappeared, a new one come in. No matter, we try to believe there has been no change. And when life's expansion demands some new container, nothing is more difficult than the realization that the old vessels cannot be stretched to the present need. It is interesting to notice how in the very act of analyzing it I have fallen into this curious and ancient habit. My point is that the metaphor is taken for the reality. I have used at least 6 metaphors to state it. Abstractions are not cloaks, nor wax figures, nor walls, nor vessels, and life doesn't flow like water. What they really are you and I know inwardly by using abstractions and living our lives. But once I attempt to give that inwardness expression, I must use the only weapons I have: abstractions, theories, phrases. By an effort of the sympathetic imagination, you can revive within yourself something of my inward sense. As I have had to abstract from life in order to communicate, so you are compelled to animate my abstractions in order to understand. I know of no other method of communication between two people. Language is always grossly inadequate. It is inadequate if the listener is merely passive, if he falls into the mistake of the literal-minded, who expect words to contain a precise image of reality. They never do. All language can achieve is to act as a guidepost to the imagination, enabling the reader to recreate the author's insight. The artist does that. He controls his medium so that we come most readily to the heart of his intention. In the lyric poet the control is often so delicate that the hearer lives over again the finely shaded mood of the poet. Take the words of a lyric for what they say, and they say nothing most of the time. And that is true of philosophers. You must penetrate the ponderous vocabulary, the professional cant to the insight beneath, or you scoff at the mountain ranges of words and phrases. It is this that Bergson means when he tells us that a philosopher's intuition always outlasts his system. Unless you get at that, you remain forever foreign to the thinker. That too is why debating is such a wretched amusement, and most partisanship, most controversy, so degrading. The trick here is to argue from the opponent's language, never from his insight. You take him literally, you pick up his sentences, and you show what nonsense they are. You do not try to weigh what you see against what he sees. You contrast what you see with what he says. So debating becomes a way of confirming your own prejudices. It is never, never in any debate I have suffered through, a search for understanding from the angles of two differing insights. And of course, in those more sinister forms of debating, court trials, where the stakes are so much bigger, the skill of a successful lawyer is to make the atmosphere as opaque as possible to the other lawyer's contention. Men have been hanged as a result. How often in a political campaign does a candidate suggest that behind the platforms and speeches of his opponents there might be some new and valuable understanding of the country's need? The fact is that we argue and quarrel an enormous lot over words. Our prevailing habit is to think about phrases, ideals, theories, not about the realities they express. In controversy we do not try to find our opponent's meaning. We examine his vocabulary. And in our own efforts to shape policies, we do not seek out what is worth doing. We seek out what will pass for moral, practical, popular, or constitutional. In this the Vice Commission reflected our national habits. For those earnest men and women in Chicago did not set out to find a way of abolishing prostitution. They set out to find a way that would conform to 4 idols they worshipped. The only cure for prostitution might prove to be immoral, impractical, unconstitutional, and unpopular. I suspect that it is. But the honest thing to do would have been to look for that cure without preconceived notions. Having found it, the Commission could then have said to the public, "This is what will cure the social evil. It means these changes in industry, sex relations, law, and public opinion. If you think it is worth the cost, you can begin to deal with the problem. If you don't, then confess that you will not abolish prostitution, and turn your compassion to softening its effects." That would have left the issues clear and wholesome. But the procedure of the Commission is a blow to honest thinking. Its conclusions may, "square with the public conscience of the American people," but they will not square with the intellectual conscience of anybody. To tell you at the top of the page that absolute annihilation of prostitution is the ultimate ideal, and 20 lines further on that the method must be constitutional, is nothing less than an insult to the intelligence. Calf worship was never more idolatrous than this. Truth would have slept more comfortably in Procrustes' bed. Let no one imagine that I take the 4 preconceived ideas of the Commission too seriously. On the first reading of the report, they aroused no more interest in me than the ordinary lip honor we all do to conventionality. I had heard of the great fearlessness of this report, and I supposed that this bending of the knee was nothing but the innocent hypocrisy of the reformer who wants to make his proposal not too shocking. But it was a mistake. Those 4 idols really dominated the minds of the Commission, and without them the report cannot be understood. They are typical idols of the American people. This report offers an opportunity to see the concrete results of worshiping them. A valuable contribution, then, must be moral. There is no doubt that the Commission means sexually moral. We Americans always use the word in that limited sense. If you say that Jones is a moral man, you mean that he is faithful to his wife. He may support her by selling pink pills. He is nevertheless moral if he is monogamous. The average American rarely speaks of industrial piracy as immoral. He may condemn it, but not with that word. If he extends the meaning of immoral at all, it is to the vices most closely allied to sex, drink and gambling. Now, sexual morality is pretty clearly defined for the Commission. As we have seen, it means that sex must be confined to procreation by a healthy, intelligent, and strictly monogamous couple. All other sexual expression would come under the ban of disapproval. I am sure I do the Commission no injustice. Now, this limited conception of sex has had a disastrous effect. It has forced the Commission to ignore the sexual impulse in discussing a sexual problem. Any modification of the relationship of men and women was immediately put out of consideration. Such suggestions as Forel, Helen Key, or Havelock Ellis make could, of course, not even get a hearing. With this moral ideal in mind, not only vice but sex itself becomes an evil thing. Hence the hysterical and minute application of the taboo wherever sex shows itself. Barred from any reform which would reabsorb the impulse into civilized life, the commissioners had no other course but to hunt it as an outlaw. And in doing this, they were compelled to discard the precious values of art, religion, and social life of which this superfluous energy is the creator. Driven to think of it as bad, except for certain particular functions, they could, of course, not see its possibilities. Hence the poverty of their suggestions along educational and artistic lines. A valuable contribution, we are told, must be reasonable and practical. Here is a case where words cannot be taken literally. Reasonable, in America, certainly never even pretended to mean in accordance with a rational ideal, and practical, well, one thinks of practical politics, practical businessmen, and unpractical reformers. Boiled down, these words amount to something like this: the proposals must not be new or startling, must not involve any radical disturbance of any respectable person's selfishness, must not call forth any great opposition, must look definite and immediate, must be tangible, like a raid, or a jail, or the paper of an ordinance, or a policeman's club. Above all, a reasonable and practical proposal must not require any imaginative patience. The actual proposals have all these qualities. If they are reasonable and practical, then we know by a good demonstration what these terms meant to that average body of citizens. To see that is to see exposed an important facet of the American temperament. Our dislike of talk, the frantic desire to do something without inquiring whether it is worth doing, the dollar standard, the unwillingness to cast any bread upon the waters, our preference for a sparrow in the hand to a forest of songbirds, the naive inability to understand the inner satisfactions of bankrupt poets and the unworldliness of eccentric thinkers, success mania, philistinism, they are pieces of the same cloth. They come from failure or unwillingness to project the mind beyond the daily routine of things, to play over the whole horizon of possibilities, and to recognize that all is not said when we have spoken. In those words, reasonable and practical, is the Chinese wall of America, that narrow boundary which contracts our vision to the moment, cuts us off from the culture of the world, and makes us such provincial, unimaginative blunderers over our own problems. Fixation upon the immediate has made a rich country poor in leisure, has in a land meant for liberal living incited an insane struggle for existence. One suspects at times that our national cult of optimism is no real feeling that the world is good, but a fear that pessimism will produce panics. How this fascination of the obvious has balked the work of the Commission, I need not elaborate. That the long process of civilizing sex received perfunctory attention, that the imaginative value of sex was lost in a dogma, that the implied changes in social life were dodged, all that has been pointed out. It was the inability to rise above the immediate that makes the report read as if the policeman were the only agent of civilization. For where in the report is any thorough discussion by sociologists of the relations of business and marriage to vice? Why is there no testimony by psychologists to show how sex can be affected by environment, by educators to show how it can be trained, by industrial experts to show how monotony and fatigue affect it?